I would like to call to order the March 6, 2023 Cabarrus County Board of Commissioners work session. Welcome, everyone. It looks like we have a full house tonight. First up is the approval of the work session agenda, and you all have a copy of that before you. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda, including the changes on page 3? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes, and we move to discussion items. First up is item 3.1, and we are happy to welcome Paula Yost for our 2022 Child Protection and Fatality Team Report. Welcome. Glad you could be with us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to wait a second while Lauren gets my slides uploaded for you. We have had some new commissioners join since I last gave this presentation. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of give you my intro, which is to basically tell you I'm going to talk about things tonight that absolutely no one wants to hear about, which includes child abuse and child fatality cases. It's very different from the stuff that you all normally hear and normally think about, but it is incredibly important because the way that our county runs social services is incredibly important to our safety and our overall child welfare, and also just what we want our county to look like in 30 years. So, that being said, oh, I have a clicker this year? Wow. I'm not used to that. See? I'm like, I didn't do that for sure. Well, that would be a really good question. It is on. Sorry, folks. All right. So, what is the Child Protection and Fatality Team? So, every county in North Carolina is statutorily mandated to have a Child Protection and Fatality Team. Some counties divide them. Some counties just have protection and fatality as separate entities, and then some counties combine them and put them together. In our county, we combine them and put them together. I've been the chair of that committee for, I believe this is my 10th year. It may be number 9 or 10. I have lost count. And so what we do is we review every fatality of a child in the county, and we look at global ways to protect children in our community from harm. And all right, so I'm just making sure we didn't skip a slide. Yeah, we did. Okay. So I want to briefly go over our DHHS numbers for last year. So there were 4,717 children who had a DHS investigations called into the department. That is an increase of about 300 kids from 2021, and it's up almost 1,000 calls from what we had in 2020. This is not surprising to anyone because we've been through a global pandemic. For Cabarrus County, of those cases, 1,721 were accepted, which means that those numbers rose from where they were the previous year. And of those cases, 484 were forensic. Forensic cases basically just mean that those were cases that actually involve physical or sexual abuse, which means that those children all had to be seen at the hospital at our Children's Advocacy Center. Out of those cases, 204 of them involved substance use and 27 of them involved opioids. The county has done 554 assist requests. Basically what that means is another county has called our DHS and said, hey, we need your help. Some of the time that happens due to a conflict of interest, like the family is related to a social worker or something to that effect. So our district has had to help other counties in that capacity. We also had 57 substance use impacted infants, 158 domestic violence cases, and 3 human trafficking cases, which are all involving minors. So due to increases in crime, obviously those numbers indicate that there's been an increase in crime. We also need as much advocacy as you can do with funding additional district attorneys in the state legislature. Ashley Shanley will be presenting at the end of this presentation, and so you'll be able to hear from her tonight as well. In-home services. So in-home services, we have approximately 44 families per month. In-home services are children who, most of the time, they are just victims of poverty. Their parents are not bad parents. It's not that their parents don't love their children and are not trying to take care of their children. They are not physically or sexually abusing their children. But for whatever reason, they are not able to provide their children with the things that they need, like power. And so those kids often end up in in-home services where social workers work with those families to try to see what services do you qualify for, what can we get you, and how can we best serve you. Also, this year, I was told that this number has bumped up a lot because I believe the department took 17 children in January. But at the close of 2022, we had 158 children who were actively in foster care. The DHHS Prevention Unit. So the Prevention Unit is a relatively new unit. It's only been here in the 2020s. It received a total of 453 referrals. It has served 197 families. And then of those, we believe that 155 were successfully diverted from repeat maltreatment reports. So a lot of times, again, parents do the best that they can. Parenting is a difficult job. Some of the time, parents just don't know what to do. I see this a lot in the culture where somebody's parent or grandparents, like their support system is dead or lives in another state, or they have a malfunctioning relationship for some reason. So they just don't know who to ask for support and how do I parent my children. A lot of times our prevention unit does a really good job doing that, and as many cases as we have that diverts people from needing additional state funding or winding up in foster care, that is a blessing. We also have a parenting specialist who had 33 referrals, and 15 families voluntarily participated in parenting with the parenting specialist. There is also a wait list, and a lot of those families were referred outside of the agency. And then, of course, the department's prevention team also does the best that they can do to facilitate Thanksgiving and Christmas for our needy families and needy children. Okay, so our fatalities. We had 20 children that passed away during 2021. If anyone's asking, well, why is this 2021 and it's now 2023? The reason for that is because we review fatalities a year after they occurred. So the health department in Raleigh sends us these fatalities every quarter, and we review the previous year. So only right now are we actively reviewing the 2022 fatalities that we had. We had 6 children that died of just congenital defects or illnesses that no one could have prevented. There's nothing that could have stopped those. We had 4 cases of extreme prematurity. We see this a lot when children are born and the pregnancy is over 20 weeks, but has not yet reached 25 weeks. That becomes the danger zone where life is just difficult to sustain. They say if your pregnancy can make it to 27 weeks, that is considered a viable pregnancy. 27-weekers have a 95% chance of survival in our NICU, and our NICU at Atrium Cabarrus is excellent. I've personally had a child who was in the NICU at Atrium Cabarrus for 90 days, and he is now a beautiful, thriving 7-year-old. So I've personally experienced that. But children who are born in that window of time, there's just unfortunately not much that we can do. We had 5 accidental deaths. You will note that in the accidental deaths, in almost every case, it is involving some sort of a car accident. And that just, again, we don't see a pattern in the county right now of car accidents that make me think there is additional steps we need to take. So sometimes you'll see counties where it looks like there's a shortage of car seats due to poverty. We don't really have issues with a lack of car seats in the county. If people in this community need services like that, we do a pretty good job of making sure that everyone has strollers, pack and plays, car seats between the hospital, DHS, and the Cabarrus Partnership for Children. Most people who need those types of things, it's taken care of. These were just freak accidents. We also had one death of unsafe sleep, which to our knowledge did not involve any substances. Next up, we had substance-affected infants, and we had 3. So I gave this same speech last year, and it's not getting any better, so I'm going to give it to you again. I'm not here to be the marijuana police or to talk about whether or not marijuana should or should not be legalized in the state. That is not something I'm here to make an issue of. I am here to tell you that impaired parenting seems to be the top thing that kills infants in this county that is avoidable. And so parenting is very difficult, and I'm very compassionate to anyone who wants to be able to sleep. But if you are abusing substances such as marijuana and you are trying to parent, the risk that your newborn will be in an unsafe sleep environment and will not survive is much higher than the average child. I have never seen a child die in this county I've been doing this for 10 years. I've seen a lot of infants who have died in this community. I have never seen a child whose parents were sober and following safe sleep practices who lost a child. There is also not very good research happening within the state right now about the concept of impaired parenting. My personal opinion, and I have said this to the state, so I will also say it to you. My personal opinion is that impaired parenting is why the state's Safe Sleep campaign is failing. I do not believe that campaign is failing because parents are not practicing safe sleep. I believe it is failing because we are not capturing families which are impaired at the time in which they are trying to parent. The state does not have good research on this right now. To the best of my knowledge, our county is the only county that has actually gone back and looked over the last 5 years at how many children in this population have a history of either testing positive for marijuana at the time in which they were born or being found in a house that is full of marijuana or other drugs at the time in which they died. Thankfully, we did not lose any children in 2021 to abuse, like physical abuse. We also did not have any suicides. We do have 2 cases that at the time this report was written were pending DA of review, which means they have active criminal investigations associated with them. We don't talk about that at all until the DA's office has finished prosecution because we do not ever want to do anything to compromise a criminal investigation.
Paul, I just have one question. On the substance abuse, the unsafe sleep, is that cohabitation predominantly, like parents and the infants sleeping in the same bed, or is that?
Sometimes it's infants being in the bed with their parents, but I've also seen children just in unsafe environments in other parts of the home. But the common denominator that I see over and over and over again is that baby tested positive for marijuana when they were born, or law enforcement reported in the autopsy report that the smell of marijuana was pungent throughout the home, or they saw marijuana or some other substance somewhere in the house at the time in which they entered the home. So that is a common theme that we see all the time. So I'm going to shift just for a minute. So what I just gave you was our data on child fatality. I said all that depressing stuff, but I also want to add that for a county as large as Cabarrus County, only losing 20 children is actually pretty good. I do think that the county is doing everything we can do to give appropriate medical care. I do think our employees are wonderful. I do think they are striving to do the very best that they can, and I will be the first one to call you if I feel like that is no longer the case. But for right now, 20 deaths in 230,000 people is pretty good when you look at where we are. This next slide is something that every year I go through our standard data, and then after that I try to shift into what is our big issue of the year. And so this year the issue that I felt would be most important to discuss was safety, was school safety, because quite frankly I think that is on the hearts and minds of probably every parent in the community and every grandparent. Everyone wants to feel like their children are safe. I'm about to have some school system employees come up who are going to take my seat and are going to talk to you about what Cabarrus County Schools is doing to keep our children safe. I will also add, there is a lot more. We're giving you guys about this much of a very large iceberg, okay? There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes between the sheriff's department, the school system, the district attorney's office that we just simply cannot share with the public. If you have questions, I do welcome you to reach out to the school system or to Dr. Kopicki at a later time. But just please know that if you are welcome to ask questions, but we may say, we're sorry, we can't answer that tonight. But we would be able to answer that at a later date. I also just wanted to begin this by showing this particular slide. So this may not be a familiar image to all of you, but that slide on the left is Virginia Tech. So I am a Cabarrus County native. I was born and raised here. I grew up in Mount Pleasant all my life, but I went out of state to college on the Pilotech scholarship, and I was fortunate enough to be able to attend Virginia Tech. I had graduated before the mass shooting that occurred at Virginia Tech took place, but on that day, I had several friends who were in that school. I have a former employer who was working EMS that day who worked the scene. And I have a classmate who lost his sister in that shooting. So I never want to have that happen here in Cabarrus County. And I go out of my way to try to have conversations often about telling gun owners, please be responsible with your guns. Please lock up your guns. Don't leave your gun in an unlocked vehicle outside of Walmart. That is asking for a juvenile to steal it and to make a bad decision with it. My 20-year reunion for Virginia Tech was actually last June. And when I walked up to the War Memorial, it said Uvalde, Texas, right beside of it. And so on that note, I'm going to introduce Amy Louder and Amy Jewell from Cabarrus County Schools, who are going to take my space and talk to you about what we are doing to keep our children safe.
Hello, how are you? So when you think about school safety, what comes to mind? Whenever you hear the word safety, what visions, visuals, thoughts, feelings come to mind? A lot of times people think about safety as physical safety only. And so what we try to do in Cabarrus County Schools is focus on comprehensive, the whole child school safety. So looking at physical security and psychological safety. And the way we do that is utilizing a whole child approach. So we're going to talk about that and some of the details of what that looks like. We utilize a multi-tiered system of support. I'm sure you've heard that for academics and behavior before. We also use it for school safety. So all students receive universal supports. Those may be things like safety drills that are conducted at schools. It might be, let's see, I should have worn my glasses.
I'll use my eyes for you.
Thank you.
Yep. So, yes, thank you, Amy. So as far as those sort of tiered services, those universal things, it is the school safety, the wellness checks, doing screeners to make sure that we are reaching every student who might not know who to ask for help when they first come to us. There's mandatory training for all the people that come on, and that's not just for the psychological component when we talk about mental health, but also for the physical safety as well. And then as we move up, as we identify students or groups or communities who need more support, we increase the level. So it could be groups, it could be parent education, it could be one-on-one, and sometimes it's referring for individual services or crisis services as well. And so that's more of the mental health side. If you want to speak to the law enforcement.
Sure. And so we've got things such as the security vestibules when you walk into a school. We've got controlled access so outsiders can't easily get into the schools and disrupt our students' learning. You've also got tinted windows to help shade some of those areas that you can see straight down the hallway. We want to make sure that students are not going to be disrupted while they're trying to learn. We also put supports into place for, if you think about, if you're trying, just in this room alone, if you think about if it's raining outside, you want to be able to have a solid roof over your head, that you're not dealing with leaks as you're trying to learn algebra, for example. And so we utilize our building structures, our playground safety, the people in our buildings, that whole child approach again, looking at physical and psychological safety for our students.
So we'll talk a little bit about interventions being provided. So I had mentioned before just the mental health things that we do. So every school in Cabarrus County, they have a mental health team. And so that's identified as their school counselors, which there's at least one at every school. Some have up to 5. School psychologists and school social workers. And those positions, although they're assigned to teams, some of those are still split. We just don't have enough positions in the county for them to be assigned to only one school, and nurses as well. And we are very fortunate in this county to have such an amazing partnership with the Health Alliance. So we have a school nurse at every school, and they are a vital part of this mental health team. they've really integrated into one-on-one time with our students, getting to know our students and giving some advice and guidance, especially if we have some higher level students who might be referred for hospitalization or be discharged. We really rely on them.
The same thing as far as partnership and collaboration with our law enforcement offices. So we've got Cabarrus County Sheriff's Office, Concord Police Department, and Kannapolis Police Department, since our schools kind of fall in all those areas. And just huge collaboration and support with those relationships. They are not, as far as having SROs, we have one in every building now, in all of our schools. And they are not there just for the physical security, but they also help with the relationship building, kind of that triage, that triad model of support that SROs utilize. We also ask them to help participate in welfare checks. So I've mentioned before we have say something tips and online monitoring in real time that tell us things about our students that may be a bit concerning that we need to do a check-in on. And so after hours, we're still providing supports to our students. We may be able to say, we have a student who is possibly looking at some suicidal ideation or self-harm through cutting. And so we might call up the police department or the sheriff's office and say, we've got a student, we would like to have some eyes put on them to make sure they're in a safe location tonight before they come back to school tomorrow. And we would send an officer out to the home. Whenever the officer arrives, they talk with the parent, ask to make sure that the student is safe and doing okay. Sometimes the parents don't know what may be happening. The student may be in their bedroom on the computer and away from their parents. And so we're able to go in and ensure that the student is safe. And then, as Amy mentioned before, our school mental health teams, they work with our CISP teams the next day when they come into school, and we provide them the supports, whether it's that universal support, a more intensive support that some students need, or a more intensive support that just a few students might need.
And then, a decade ago, if we were giving this presentation and I talked about trauma-informed approaches, we would be very forward-thinking and, sort of on the cusp of new research, but that is not the case anymore. Trauma-informed approaches are the standard for all of our mental health professionals that come in and many of our teachers. So if you apply to be a school social worker at Cabarrus County Schools and you get hired, your new employee orientation is all the things that we just talked about, as well as these mandated requirements of evidence-based mental health approaches to support our students. So we look through at all of our students through a trauma-informed lens, but it's not just understanding it, it is helping build resilience and foster strength and healthy relationships in our students. And so that is the standard practice across all 45 of our schools now.
We also ask each school to create a school safety plan. And so this safety plan is part of those interventions that we put into place. A lot of it is prevention, and then we do have some things like, if this happens, then what are you going to do? And again, physical safety and psychological safety for each of those different plans. This is one of those areas that we don't share those because we don't want to give information out that could compromise the safety of our students, but every school does submit those on an annual basis with modifications to them every year. We also have a crisis response. So we do have those situations that require a team of people to come in and support schools on a much more intensive basis. And those might be things involving, it could be something like a tornado that came through. If you guys remember prior to COVID, that February before, we had a tornado come through, several tornadoes come through, and we needed to bring in teams of support and find different ways to support the students who were at the schools that had the roofs ripped off. That was a different kind of response to students that had to hear about what was going on because, social media and all the different reports on the weather. So we have varying levels of support that came in from that. If we have a student fatality, we also send crisis response teams out to help support the grief and counseling that's needed for those staff and student situations. We have a district incident command system that helps to support all that. So in Cabarrus County Schools, I'm the district incident commander, and we have a team who comes together it can be as large as we need it or as small as we need it. It could be that a student falls on the playground and injures themselves, maybe breaks an arm or a leg. In that situation, the response team may be very small. Maybe the school nurse is involved and the principal and the parent. It could be that there's a much larger response needed for, again, let's say a student fatality, since we've been talking about that. And in those situations, we might have an operations section chief come in and help create what's the layout going to be at the school for that day. We're going to have additional responders come in that help support regional schools and different counseling support who are going to be there to work with our students and staff to help them with that grief process.
And so my role in all of that in the incident command system is the mental health officer. So it is a dedicated position where my sole focus is to think about all of the psychological needs of our students, parents, communities, and staff members. So especially in situations where there's a fatality at a school, that's a loss for a whole lot of people. And the people closest to that student, they're not going to have the ability to think rationally and assess everybody's needs. So we come in and we have a very standard protocol, like a well-oiled machine, to know exactly what those needs are. And in addition, you know, the communication piece is really important. So we try to communicate just on a need-to-know basis. So what does everybody need to know so that they can be safe and supported and our students feel supported, as well as our parent community, without creating any unnecessary collateral damage, undue trauma. You know, vicarious trauma is very real when you're talking about crisis. So a lot of it is who needs to know the information, no matter what the crisis might be, to be able to improve it and mitigate any variables that could potentially cause harm, and really get our students and staff back to normal as quickly as possible.
So to be able to do this and create this nicely oiled machine that Amy just talked about, we do have to have staff to be able to carry out these needs. And so we utilize a continuous training cycle for our specialized individual support personnel, our SIS personnel. And so we require that they attend what we call the Prepare Workshops 1 and 2. This is our crisis curriculum. This is how staff and adults address the issues of our students whenever there is a crisis. And again, that crisis can be large or small, related to a building or related to the mental health of a student. We provide those particular trainings. The Workshop 1 is a kind of a general safety. It's open to our administrators, our CISP staff, and the Workshop 2 is really catered towards our CISP. That is really the psychoeducational crisis counseling that's needed whenever there is a lot of grief and support. We have trainers on staff that are prepared, trained through the National Association of School Psychologists, and we continue and maintain our credentials for that. We also have CRAZE training. It is the civilian response to active shooter events. So even though all these other crises that we talk about are more likely and it's more probable that those are going to occur, we do train for active shooters, even though that is a less likely event to occur on a school campus. We do have that training in place, and we train all of our staff in our schools on an annual yearly basis.
And just going back to Prepare for a second, I just wanted to add that it's mandated, it's expected for all of our administrators for Prepare 1, again,
Correct.
to make sure that we're all speaking a common language, because you're not thinking during a crisis, you're operating. So all of our administrators, assistant principals take Prepare 1, and then Prepare 2 is that 2-day psychological triage. That's also mandated for all of our school social workers, counselors, and psychologists. In addition, QPR is on the training cycle, not just as gatekeepers, but people to train, like a train-the-trainer model, so that we can make sure that we are building a sustainable practice, and that it's not all just held in student services with us, that we are getting it out to teachers, to child nutrition, to transportation, to anybody who is going to encounter a student in crisis, and that is anyone who works in K-12 education. Reconnect for Resilience is also a really big one for us. And that model is pretty amazing. It takes all of this trauma stuff that we've been talking about for years, and it kind of takes the clinical component out of it to help get our students and staff better regulated. So hopefully we're not reaching that point of crisis where we're talking about threat assessment and suicidal ideation. We can recognize it earlier, give students and staff the tools that they need to sort of recognize what that is, get their brains back online and continue to function. And also part of that is just recognizing it and asking for help when needed. And then reunification as well. So we follow the Prepare model. We've had some training with, I love you guys if you want to talk about that in a moment, but that reunification piece is really important. So depending on what's going on at the school, if it's being evacuated, if it's going to be a lockdown or a shelter in place, any of those things, every student is tied to a parent or a caretaker, somebody who is concerned about them and who wants to get to them. It is a very natural reaction, right? If you get a text, if I get a text from Carter Jewell saying that he's hiding under his desk, I want to drop my stuff and go get him, right? But that's not what is necessarily best in that situation. So we really train on reunification, best practice models to keep everybody safe. And a lot of that is communication and working really closely with our community partners to identify these sites and protocols.
Yes, Amy mentioned the I Love You Guys Foundation. So they have been able to provide us where our standard response protocol is for unification. And this is essentially how do we regain, whenever there's been a crisis event, Our students are at a school location or an evacuation site. How do we get the parents reunited with the students again? And so I have to say, being a parent, you definitely, as Amy mentioned, you want to be able to have access to your kids. You want to know what's happening in the moment. But I have to also say, our staff are trained to make sure our students are safe. Then we'll be able to communicate out the details of what's happening, but we can't be answering texts and phone calls in the middle of the process, or we can't follow the procedures to keep our kids safe. So I hope that parents and the community can understand we're going to be behind on messaging, but please know we're doing all the things we can to ensure that we can get your kids back to you. In that situation as well, having parents come in and check out students and try to go through barricades, that also does not help because we have to put staff on site to help with the parents when we're really trying to address our students' needs. So it's very important that we, again, follow those procedures and trust that the school system is doing what we can to keep your kids safe. Again, to do all this work, we have great collaborations and partnerships with our local agencies. I can't say enough to all the people listed here and the people, the agencies, the organizations, the Cabarrus County Sheriff's Office and Concord Police Department. I really do talk with them on a daily basis to try to make sure that we are wrapping around supports for the students, making sure that we are following through 24 hours a day, every day of the year. Emergency management, emergency medical services, and the fire department, we have monthly meetings where we all come together and we truly do problem solve to generate better solutions to keep our kids safe. It is a great working relationship to be able to have those people in place, and all of our work starts to combine whenever we hold these meetings and have common goals. We also have the National Threat Assessment Team through the National Association of School Psychologists. I'm a member of that team. We have great supports that come through that, great training. Also the Center for Safer Schools through DPI in North Carolina, in Raleigh with the Department of Public Instruction. They also provide a lot of trainings and support to us. They also offer the SRO grant that I recently came and spoke with you all about. And then the State Bureau of Investigation oversees our behavioral threat assessments unit for the state, and lots of involvement with that. As you recall, we had several different bomb evacuations, bomb threats earlier in the school year, and the SBI and FBI and Secret Service were all a part of that. Again, just kudos to all the people involved to help wrap around the support for our students. Did you want to mention a couple of those other agencies?
Yeah, I think it might be on the next slide. Yeah, and so I also just want to thank this entire community and county. When I speak to people in my position in other counties, they don't have the same partnerships that we have here. And yes, we have everybody's kids for 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day, depending on the day. But we can't do all this alone. So just to everybody up there, you know, we just really appreciate it. I've been a member of the Child Protection Team since 2013, and so I've learned a whole lot from Paula, and also know that I have speed dial if I need to call her at 3 a.m. because one of my social workers called because we can't find a placement for a student. The Mental Health Advisory Board and the task forces that have come out of that, I think, really not only raise awareness, but they're all action-oriented. So every day I feel like we're making progress on addressing the needs of our students. It seems like they're growing, right? This youth mental health crisis is very real, and it impacts the concern, I would say, for safety. But due to our partnerships, you mentioned before, Paula, just even the human trafficking cases, right? That's part of the training now. It's just as much as we do the child abuse and neglect training for all of our employees twice a year, human trafficking is not part of that. And really trying to move back to teaching prevention so that we don't get to this level of crisis that you know, we experience sometimes. And I think being able to do that, you're relying heavily on your community partners, state initiatives, support, and anything you can to really make sure that we're wrapping around of our students, because we can't do it alone, right? We just can't. It's a community effort.
And we do great things because of all this effort of everybody, but there's always room for growth and improvement. Mm-hmm. And so we're constantly trying to continue to get better and continue to find those things that are going to continue to help make our students have a better educational and safe environment. Along those lines, we have a great partnership with our district attorney, and so we'd like to bring up Ashley Shanley to talk about school threat charges.
Good evening. I think this is the first time I've had to address you as the elected DA. I've had come in the past as the chief ADA and talked about child safety issues. Let me just echo what Amy Louder and Amy Jewell and Paula Yost said. We learned long ago that if offenders are going to work together to hurt our kids, then we have no choice but to work together to protect them. And that's what we've been doing. And I just want to continue that commitment. I brought two of my assistant DAs here, and I want to introduce them. We've got Kisha Scott. Kisha, would you just stand for a second? Kisha is now our safe haven prosecutor. She's my special victims prosecutor. Beside her, Jordan McIntyre. Jordan is a felony prosecutor, but I wanted to make sure that our juvenile cases get the best. And so even though she's a felony prosecutor, she's still going to take juvenile court. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk just a little bit about the threat cases, and I know that this video is going to be seen by parents and guardians in addition to those in this room. And this is where we need your help. You heard about the school threats. What happens when a school threat comes in of some type of violence? Everyone's heart sinks. Every parent, every staff member, every child experiences trauma. Well, the ones in Cabarrus County so far, at least during my term, have been false threats. They've been false. Is the trauma any less? No. And because of that, the legislature created a statute that I very much enforce. And my goal here is for prevention. I need every parent, guardian, grandparent, citizen to make sure kids know, and we've got it listed on this screen, that it is a Class H felony for you to make a threat to hurt a school. In fact, I listed the statute on there, and it's so important, I'm going to read it. It's very short. It's 14-277.6. A person, no matter the age, who by any means of communication to any person or any group threatens to commit an act of mass violence on educational property or even at an extracurricular event, like a basketball game, they're guilty of a Class H felony. Sounds pretty broad, doesn't it? We've already charged 5 different counts of that. I have that pending in juvenile court. This is my commitment to this community, that I'm not going to allow the stress and trauma to our community. And so if I have a threat, it will be charged. So help me decrease my caseload by making sure kids know that's not going to be tolerated and don't do it. There are certain words in our school system you cannot say, and those are it, any type of threat. I want to end this, though, and I'm going to ask Paula Yost to come back up because I know there's some questions and some pieces that she wanted to have. I just appreciate Paula Yost. She's a volunteer. You know how much she gets paid for doing all this that she does? Absolutely nothing. But she has brought together a group from the schools and from law enforcement. I just want to do a list of half the people she's brought in. We know we have Ann Benfield from Partnership of Children. We have the Cabarrus Health Alliance. We have the Child Advocacy Center, Atrium Health, Department of Human Services. I saw Sharon Schuneman here. The Sheriff's Office. We have the Guardian Ad Litem program. We all meet every month to get together to see how we can make sure kids in Cabarrus County are safe. And we welcome you. If you ever want to come to a meeting, please come. We'd love to have you. Paula, is there anything else I left out?
No, I think you did a great job. Lauren, I'm going to ask, our next slide is our questions, but I want to see if you'll load up the additional PDF that I sent you. Our team this year has also created what we are calling our legislative agenda. And Ashley and I just wanted to briefly share our legislative agenda with you before we take any questions. And we're doing this because, so for the people at home, I don't believe there's anything on our legislative agenda that our commissioners individually can help us with. But you all talk to people at the state legislature all the time, and people call you all the time and ask you what you think. And so if you're given an opportunity to put in a good word for any of these items, then that would be very helpful and very important to us. The very first thing that's on there is a state data tracker for child fatalities. So there are 48 states that have a state child fatality data tracker. Our state is not one of them. I found that shocking and also horrifying. And NC Child is actively working with advocates to try to get the state to implement that. That would be fabulous. We really, really need that. The second one is also absolutely critical, and Ashley, feel free to interrupt me at any point. We do not have enough PRTF beds. So I think our entire team is in agreement that moving from Cardinal Innovations to Partners was absolutely the right thing to do, and it has been much better for our community overall since Partners became our LME MCO. But the LME MCOs and DHS can't do a whole lot if there's no PRTF beds. Amy and Amy can't do a whole lot if there's no PRTF bed to send a sick juvenile. And so we just simply need the state to fund those and increase them. We also need an increase in treatment services for juveniles. So it is very difficult if you are a juvenile sex offender. Treatment facilities for that in the state have been lacking, and that's something Ashley and I have been saying for about 10 years, is that we need the state legislature to fund that. Also, Ashley, I'm going to let you talk about the medical examiner's office.
The medical examiner's office for 20 years, and I've been in the DA's office, when there was a homicide, and you guys excuse me for the, but all our victims would go to the Charlotte office, okay? Charlotte decided that they're too packed, they're too busy. And so now we have to send all of our victims to the medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill. We are now part of the rest of the state, and we are now waiting in line. That means our homicide cases are going to be backed up. That means if law enforcement wants to go to the autopsy, they're going to have to get there. And there is a movement that Wingate in Union County is looking at, perhaps could they open a medical examiner's office. I know that our sheriff supports it, and I just want to say I do too. I think that would be wonderful. So if that opportunity ever exists, we're certainly in support of it.
We actually don't know anyone in our local community and partnership who does not support that. We have a fatality right now of a child that looks very suspect to me, but I don't have an autopsy report because it's not back from Chapel Hill at this time. So if you have any opportunity to say, hey, Cabarrus County needs to get better access to a medical examiner's office, can you stick that one in Wingate? We need that. That also impacts Union County as well. My understanding is that they are in the exact same position that we are. Mecklenburg basically said, Cabarrus and Union, you're too big, we can't deal with it. So that may be also an area where you can partner with your friends in the Union County Commission to kind of team up to make that happen. Next up, Ashley, I'm also going to let you talk about that. It's raising possession of a firearm by a juvenile from a misdemeanor to a felony.
We recently had a case where, when someone is bringing a weapon to school, it is a felony, but it's a low-level felony. And that means nothing really happens at all. And that we are asking the legislature to increase the punishment for that, to raise the level. That would give juvenile court more options in disposition, and we think that would be appropriate.
Next up, probably all of you know that it is a crime to assault a law enforcement officer. It is also a crime to assault any officer of the court, such as a lawyer, a judge, a bailiff. That is also a crime. You know what's not a crime? To assault a social worker or a guardian ad litem volunteer. So our social workers, you guys know how much they make. They go into the exact same environments that our law enforcement officers go into, but they go into them without a weapon. And our guardian ad litem volunteers go into those same locations, and they don't get paid at all to do that. So we would like to also give those folks similar protection and make it a felony to assault a social worker. The fact that that is that way is part of the reason why it's difficult for us to hold on to good, solid, quality social workers. I clearly am getting old and need glasses. Let's see.
State laboratory THC.
Yes, I'll let you talk about that one.
All right, we just met with the high school principals today for Cabarrus County, and I was asking them, tell me your number one concerns. And they listed that, but they said vaping, vape pens being sold on campus, children using these vape pens, and they were talking about especially the female students that seems to be, they're going to the hospital because of it. And right now, there is no law that says you can't sell vape pens on school campuses. That, to me, is an easy win. That needs to happen. But the other piece is this. THC can be legal unless it's a certain percentage. Our labs need the instruments in order to tell what percentage these items are. And as I discussed it with the principals and with Dr. Kapicki, he was saying, how can we make sure the labs have these instruments so that we can help clear up their schools? And so that's something we'd like to see. The labs need these instruments. We need to be able to judge the THC so that we can prosecute and keep these kids safe.
Our understanding is also that that instrumentation is not that expensive. I don't think it's going to bankrupt the state to be able to fund that. And then, last but not least, we need to have raise the age. So our state raised the age, and Ashley, this is all, you're here to explain this. We raised the age, but what we didn't do is raise our service programs. And so now we have this difficult situation where we have children who now know that they are not going to get charged with upper level crimes because they are juveniles, but we don't have a lot of the services in place that those children truly need.
I think raise the age meant this. Before, North Carolina would treat 16 and 17-year-olds like adults, and now they're treated as juveniles. Well, then where's the services for the 16 or 17-year-olds? And what Department of Juvenile Justice is finding, and it makes sense, if you have a 13-year-old offender, are you going to send them to the same program as a 17-year-old offender? No. So we can't send them to the same program. That wouldn't be appropriate. Frankly, we don't want the 17-year-old influencing the 13-year-old. So where do we send them? What do we have? We need more programming for that. I serve on JCPC. I know that Commissioner Meeksmer does as well. We're going to be working on that, but we certainly need the programming. I just want to end with this, just so you know the issues that we're working with. I love the partnerships we have with not only the people in this room, but with law enforcement. And recently, the Concord Police, Kannapolis Police Department, and the Sheriff's Office and my office met to discuss who are the violent offenders in this county and how we're going to make sure they're no longer causing problems. Too many of the top 12 were juveniles. That's the first time in my career that's ever happened. So we have some serious issues with our juveniles, but I want you to know we are committed, we are working together, and we're going to make sure we do what we can to keep the community safe.
And on that note, we will take any questions that you have.
Initial question for the benefit of everybody. Tell us what PRTF stands for.
Private Residential Treatment Facility.
Okay.
So when we have children who have a mental illness that is either completely out of control, or they are not responding to medication, or if they are constantly suicidal or homicidal, they are always being a danger to themselves or others, they are not appropriate to go to school, we're worried about them being appropriate to live among us. They need a PRTF.
And that is also true of adults with behavioral health issues as well. Am I correct?
Absolutely. We need more PRTF beds across the board. That is a true fact.
Right.
This
And that-
state does not have enough funding for mental health treatment at
Yes.
all.
And of course, that's some of the things that we've been talking extensively about and trying to work on, and the little piece that we can. The other question that I would have is, how many members of the General Assembly do you think know that the state laboratory cannot test vape pens for THC?
Too few.
Well, I would venture to say none,
Right.
virtually.
We'd like your help with that.
Well, we can certainly help with awareness, although, when I talk to people in the General Assembly, usually they say to me, Paula Yost called me yesterday. So,
That is probably a true fact. I cannot deny that that is
yeah,
probably
so I
accurate.
suspect you're working on that one as well. I mean, this legislative handout is excellent, and I think probably it's eye-opening certainly for me and for a lot of folks. And I think, well, I could just go on with each one of them. No, it's not a felony to assault a social worker, or I did not know that. Yeah, so I think that's definitely some homework assignments that we can work on, and that's kind of, I've been hearing you say, everyone throughout this presentation, some really encouraging things, some really positive things about partnerships and collaboration and some of the, and all the while I was thinking, okay, tell me what we could do better or what we could do additional, and certainly this list answers a lot of those questions, but certainly appreciate the commitment that all of you have to keeping our children safe. I heard some encouraging conversations earlier today regarding some additional services for our schools and behavioral health. And so I think we're moving in the right direction, but it certainly is a serious issue that we can't go to sleep on at all. And we have to be vigilant to keep it up. But I'm sure there are other questions or comments.
I don't have any questions. I mean, I don't know how you could ask the question with all that information you gave us. But, and just the things that Paula, you said, and both of the Amy's from the school system said, it's eye-opening for me to see how that the school system has evolved over the years as the times change, circumstances change. The students that we have today don't deal with what we had to deal with when I was in school. Most of the things that you were talking about and they were talking about, we didn't have those things because we did not have those problems. So it's really good for me to hear what we are doing in the school system to keep the kids safe. And as far as the PRTF beds, we're working on that with the mental health, trying to get that worked out for adolescents as well as for adults with mental challenges. And that'll go a long ways. But like yourself, I hate the even thoughts of, of a situation that we've had in other parts of the country. And we have to stay ahead of the game on all that. And actually, what things that you're doing and the DA's office is helping us further protect kids. But I wanted to say this, and then I'll be done. But that is, of all the people that I know, and I know a lot of people in Cabarrus County, Paula, you are probably the strongest child advocate that I know of. And I, for one, appreciate it because I know it's volunteer. You don't have to do this. You got your own law practice and you got your own family, but yet you do this. And I've seen you here every year, year after year after year, doing this. And it's to put all this together and to do the other things that you do, it's beyond comprehension. And I thank you for all that you do.
This is important. It's important to me, it's important to this county, and I simply care. And that's what we need everyone to do, is we just need people who care.
I'll say, well, I can see your passion in this, and it is, as Commissioner Shue said, it's greatly appreciated, what you're doing, and the district attorney, Ashley, that's a big role, and you certainly trying your best to keep us safe, and we appreciate that. But thank you, Paula, and all the volunteers. And we hear about these situations that the district attorney touched on. We reading some of these statistics. We all hear about situations like this within our school system, and just how how people are affected. But it's something to really see all this and hear this report. So thank you so much for putting all this together. I do have a question about the child fatalities. Is that 18 and under?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to
It's
make sure.
18 and under.
Okay. And then I got a question for the district attorney. You had mentioned about the school threats, and you said you have prosecuted 5 cases on that. Has that been since you become district attorney, or is that for the school year, or?
That's since I've become district attorney. I've
Okay.
prosecuted way more than that
Okay.
prior.
Okay. Well, and I think that's very important. I mean, like you said, although they're false threats, it still creates trauma and, gives everyone a feeling of insecurity of, sending their kids to school.
Well, it's also expensive.
Mm.
It's very expensive.
Right.
I mean, because you have to think about how much we have to use county resources then to respond to those types of threats.
Right.
And also, one of the reasons I sleep better at night is because I'm friends with Amy and Amy. And I can call them and say, hey, I'm super freaked out about something I saw on TV. And they'll tell me, well, we'll kind of talk through it. But I truly do believe that because of the partnerships that our county has, I mean, anything can happen anywhere. But I truly do think that we are working very hard all the time to prevent any form of mass casualty. I truly believe we are doing the very best that we can. And, I'm hoping every day that our best is good enough. And I think it is. But we do, the partnerships that we have formed with one another are very critical.
That's great. Well, thank you both. Thank you for the presentation.
Just a quick question, and this is actually for the viewing audience. What is the sentencing guidelines for a Class H felony?
It depends in the juvenile system, just like I was explaining to the principals. It's almost like, the juvenile system is like a ladder. It depends on whether we've seen you before. And if we have, then you could be looking at placement being changed from where you live to maybe the equivalent of what we call juvenile prison. It's called YDC. It depends where you are. If it is a first-time offense, then we're looking at counseling and treatment. And one of the things I do appreciate about our juvenile system is sometimes it is the parents who are failing, not obtaining the treatment that this child needed. Sometimes all we need, and our courts have the authority to hold the parent in contempt if they don't follow through. So sometimes we just have someone who's reaching out, needs help, and we need to make sure they get help and make sure their parents follow through, and we can do that. So it's a wide gamut.
Yeah, it's a wide gamut. I just wanted the viewing audience to know that there are multiple ramifications to,
Yeah.
committing something like this. I also wanted to thank you for raising, trying to raise the possession of firearms from juveniles from misdemeanors to felonies, and I think that's gonna have a direct impact on all the vehicle break-ins, because
Yes.
I read and saw an article here recently talking about break-ins here in Cabarrus County. They're not looking for money, they're not looking for computers, they're looking for weapons. And that's
Absolutely.
predominantly what is being taken out of the vehicles of unlocked cars, locked cars, and there's devices now that even if you have, security, remote clicker, you can bypass that. Which is kind of frightening to me that you can easily open somebody's car that way and take those contents. But I think, for the viewing audience also, just a quick reminder, and the police and the sheriff's departments can also echo this, please make sure you lock your cars. Please make sure that you're doing everything you can, take your weapons out, because they're getting on our streets, and that's what's trickling into our schools and causing these problems. Both you ladies, I want to thank you for all you do, all the time. You guys are wonderful. Paula, thank you very, very much for everything you do for our juveniles. I know you and I talk occasionally on some juvenile issues, and I do appreciate your passion, and Ashley, I thank you for everything that you've done to push this to the forefront since you've taken office, and I commend you and just keep on doing it.
Thank you.
So I was with one of our legislators this morning, and he asked the question, why are our young people and students experiencing so many behavioral health issues that they might not have 15 or 20 years ago? And I had my answer, but I would like to hear your answer.
And I know this. I was the special victims prosecutor for 20 years, so I handled all the sexual abuse of women and children before, now Kisha's going to take that over. If you study with the increase in people having smartphones and the suicide rates of young girls, it's almost perfectly aligned. And the idea of that is they don't understand that other kids put their best life on social media, that it's not the truth, that they don't put their bad days. And so when a young girl is comparing herself to all the other young girls, her life looks so, it's diminished in her own eyes. And that's some issues there. That's certainly a small part of it. Paula, you talk about other issues.
I'm going to tell you the unpopular truth because that is what I do. I very much believe that it is a combination of the internet and poor parental supervision. Our children have way too much online access, and with that online access comes a lot of danger. There are a lot of children now who are under 10 years old who know a whole lot of words that they should not know, and their parents are shocked because they didn't learn it from me. They learned it from YouTube videos. You can put a bunch of parental locks on a YouTube video, but your kids can still stumble into something that they should not see. The same is also true of pornography. Children are getting exposed to pornography way too young because they have access to the internet. And if their parents are not thinking about it, or if their parents are just worn out from work and they're just leaving their kids with the internet unsupervised, that is impacting their mental health and their behavior overall. And I can tell you, my children right now are about to turn 5, 7, and 9, and they are all boys. And one of the things in my life that stresses me out the most is constantly feeling like I have to police the internet. because I feel like I have to police it when they're in my home and when they are out of my home. None of my children have a cell phone. If I have anything to do with it, they will not get one until they have a driver's license. But I'm always worried if they're with another child, what is that child showing my children on their phone? And I do think parents are having to have conversations about inappropriate age topics, because children are simply being exposed to material that they should not be exposed to at too young of an age. And that is, to Commissioner Shue's point, we didn't have problems like that when he was young because we didn't have the internet. We're now beginning to see the ramifications of what the internet has done to our youth. And all I know to tell other people is you have to be vigilant about what your children see and do online.
And Commissioner Morris, let me say that our Human Trafficking Task Force, we've got a speakers bureau, and we would love to come and help any parent group, youth group, school. I've gone to gymnasts, I've gone to any group out there and talk about how to be safe online. We want to put it out there. We've got a whole group of people who would love to come and give that presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you all for being with us, Amy and Amy, and both of you as well. It's been very enlightening, and the rest of your team, and I know that that's big, Ann and others that are involved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move now to item 3.2 from the Cabarrus Health Alliance, Project Public Health Ready Recognition, and we're happy to have Erin Shue and Marcella Bean.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank Mr. Downs for inviting us here. We're going to spend just a few minutes sharing with you a positive designation we recently received, a re-recognition, if you will. But first, I want to recognize two of our board members who are here, Dr. Laura Pons, if you just give a wave, and Mr. Mark Spitzer, and then, of course, Mr. Steve Morris is our liaison from the commissioners. And so, and then also Amy Potosny is our Public Health Preparedness Manager. And so we're excited to be here. I'll take about 3 or 4 minutes of your time. So you could go ahead to the next slide. Oh, we have to.
Go ahead.
All right. All right, so what is Project Public Health Ready? So Project Public Health Ready is a criteria-based training and recognition project through the National Association of City and County Health Officials. Essentially what it is doing is it is forcing us to be proactive in our quality improvement efforts as it pertains to being prepared to respond to weather-related emergencies or what we just came through with a public health pandemic. It really helps local public health departments develop core competencies, and it provides a structure to build these trainings upon. So this is an optional and elective process that we choose to go through. So why do we choose to do that? Because we not only want to rank ourselves amongst other North Carolina public health departments, but this is a national process. So we want to make sure that we are part of a national cohort, a national learning collaborative, so that we understand the latest and greatest technology, the latest and greatest evidence-based intervention, and so that's why it's really important to us. So we were initially accredited in 2017. It's a 5-year cycle. Amy did a wonderful job of making sure we were prepared. We had a lot of evidence to submit, a lot in collaboration with the county through the pandemic response. So we were re-recognized in 2022.
So what does Project Public Health Ready require? So there's 3 main criteria to being Project Public Health Ready. The first is an all hazards response plan, which is quite robust. And that also requires us to outline roles and responsibilities of staff during a crisis. So positions and roles may change based on the crisis. It also, goal 2 is a workforce capacity development plan. So we have to do a training assessment of our staff and then implement strategies based on what the findings of that assessment tell us about where we have gaps and where we need to support our team. And then the third is to either exercise an event or act in a real event. So like Erin said, we had quite a bit of evidence from COVID, but prior to that, we did events at the Speedway, and we also did events at Crossroads Church. So based on the size of the challenge or the issue, we have different locations in the county that we partner with to make sure we can reach all over the county. And then, so why seek it? So a little bit of what Aaron shared a minute ago. One is to become fully integrated in the response in the community. So it's allowed us to build stronger, and we have wonderful partnerships. I know Jason's here, or was here, with Cabarrus County EM, as well as Concord EM, so that we are ready to respond, and we've got those communication channels open with them. Those partnerships, both at the state and federal level, so also making sure when we're thinking about a response, and one partnership that came to mind earlier was a division of deaf and hard of hearing. Like, how do we reach that population when we're in crisis? So making sure those relationships are there. And then also making sure that our team, we've got team building activities in place, and making sure people can easily work across departments and across teams. And then that all hazards plan includes 15 capabilities that we have to show evidence with as well.
So we are not here tonight to ask for anything, but we are here to celebrate that Cabarrus County is the only local public health department in our state that has this designation. So we're really proud of that. Our board is really proud of that, and we hope that you are proud of that as well. And so Marcella and I, and if we need Amy to answer some questions, we'll be happy to, but we wanted to share this bit of good news with you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for being with us, and that, you know, sometimes I say that the top job of county commissioner is to be the person that brags about all the good things, and you certainly give us plenty of ammunition along with the folks that we just heard from and others as well. But that's pretty significant recognition, the only recognized health department in the entire state of North Carolina. So thank you for your hard work. Excuse me. I hope we never experience a pandemic again, but during that time, and of course, you know, I was aware of the exercises and the drills that you folks have done over the years leading up to that, and then when you actually had that mass immunization program out at the arena, and I thought it was a well-oiled machine, and I certainly felt that way, but it was really great when we brought in some of our legislators from other parts of the state out to watch that operation and heard their comments, and they were folks that had seen them in a lot of different places, and they certainly did not hesitate to say that that was the best organized and most efficient one that they had seen. So we appreciate your efforts. Does anyone else have questions or comments for Marcella and Aaron? Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Okay, we move to item 3.3, Cooperative Christian Ministry Project Updates, and we're glad to have Ed Hosack and I think team, but it looks like you're the one that's going to do the talking.
I lost one member of the team just moments ago, Kevin Charles, our Chief Financial Officer. His wife is a nurse. She had to report to work, and he needed to go home and be with the children.
We certainly understand that.
Also with me is Jeremy Burleson, our Chief Relationship Officer at Cooperative Christian Ministry. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening, and thank you especially for the support that you've already demonstrated for the work of CCM in the community. So I'm sharing with you this evening an update. It would be impossible to update you on the financials of the project without updating you on what's happening in the community and how this plan is developing. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do my best to move through these slides in about 10 minutes. I apologize for the rate at which I'm going to move through them, but you've had a chance to see them, and many folks likewise have seen some of this information. So are we in slide mode? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. You're going to be busy. So this slide simply indicates for you the 4 divisions of CCM that represent sort of the wraparound services that have been available through CCM in the community. In 40 years of experience developing an understanding of this community, creating partnerships, and adapting our programs and our models in order to meet those needs. Let's continue. So today we're going to talk about housing. For the last 12 years, CCM has operated a housing continuum. One of the challenges that we recognize, though, is that today we're simply not meeting the need. According to the North Carolina Housing Coalition, about 26% of our residents in Cabarrus County, that is 26% of our households, 18,000 households are cost burdened. What that means is they're living along this line of vulnerability such that any one thing could upset their family finances and put them into a crisis, which eventually can result in homelessness. 54,000 people is what that represents, and if you're looking at 2.9 per household, you may be thinking along the lines of about 18,000 children. In January, just 6 weeks ago, on a cold, rainy night, we did the point-in-time count in Cabarrus County. This number says 441. On Friday, I got the last of the numbers. 470 people were counted in our point-in-time count this year by 12 different agencies. That included 243 children. 52% of the people that were counted in this year's point-in-time count were children. Fortunately, 82% of them were sheltered, only 18% were not. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that Cooperative Christian Ministry receives online application for our housing programs. You can see the trend there, and you can see the Januaries that are building each January as that number increases, the number of housing applications we receive per month. In the year 2021, we averaged for the year 20 per month. In the year 2022, it was 38. It was a 90% increase. This year, presently, in 2 months in, we're averaging 42. In fact, for the last 5 months, we've averaged 42 applications per month. In the third quarter of last year, on this slide, that represented 140 applications, or 560 per year, if you carry that out. Just noting that 84% of the applications were made by a female, 73% of them were female, single head of household, and 77% said they were currently homeless. But recognize that CCM's housing applications are not a broad representation of the homeless, because our partners and many in the community understand the sort of narrow scope of who we're able to serve: families with children, single adults, some senior adults, but not the range of the homeless. If you go to the next slide, CCM created and rolled out in November of last year helpwithhousing.net. So any of you right now could go to helpwithhousing.net and you could answer a few questions, and based on your answers, it will refer you directly to the local resource that can best meet your needs. One of the greatest challenges, or at least frustrations, for the homeless are that they might spend 3 or 4 or 5 trips before they find the right place, and they're already challenged as it relates to transportation. On February 24th, we had our 100th inquiry into helpwithhousing.net. And at that point, 81% of them were made by a female head of household. 3.1 was the average family size. That means they're children. In this population, which is more of a disconnected population, they're going to the internet to find help. 23% of them were children 0 to 17 years old. 16% were 55 years of age and older, a population there is no answer for in Cabarrus County right now. 8% were pregnant. A number that I want you to see is 78% said they were able to work at least 30 hours per week, if only. Those are employees. And that's exactly what we need in our labor force today. So next slide. The outcomes in our programs right now are tremendous. I'm not here to tell you about those today. There's 2 realities that I want you to recognize. The first, I've already said, that we believe we are meeting about 10% of the need in our community right now. The other reality is that they're not all young, working age parents who are experiencing a housing crisis. There are senior adults in our community who are extremely low income, able to live independently, in housing crisis, and yet many of them are living in borrowed space. Some are being taken advantage of because of their stable income. A growing number are being forced out by increasing rent. We hear it every day coming through our crisis center. But worst of all, many of them are living in fear. Finally, there's a solution, at least to say for our neighbors who are seniors and disabled and veterans and their widows, it's coming. It's called Grace Place. It's 16 little carriage houses that are centered around a community building, creating a community, a supportive living community, if you will, that is designed for senior adults who are extremely low income. You know, when the mill closed, the average age of the worker was 46. Today, that average worker is 65, and many of them are older. Back in 2010, when CCM projected that strategic plan, our projection was that many would retire out of that population. Many would retire without adequate resources for retirement. Some of them now are finding themselves alone, and we have nothing for them in terms of housing. To be in this community, they have to be able to live self-sufficiently. They have to be willing to develop and engage in a plan, and they be a part of a community. This community is designed to recognize their desire and to recognize their desire for independence and the dignity of private space. The need for comfort animals or companion animals is also recognized in this program. The program also is built on accountability and responsibility, like all of our housing programs are. Healthy activities, emphasis on nutrition, access to services, that's what this campus is all about. All of the services of CCM and our partner resources come together to serve the special needs of a senior population who are trying to find stability. They're especially tailored, Lauren, to the needs of our senior adults. On-site resident assistance, daytime staff, volunteer engagement, nurses station, counseling office, outdoor passive environment. That's what Grace Place will be in the city of Kannapolis. CCM's Path to Stability model will be applied here like it is in all of our programs. It'll allow senior adults, much like John and Mary Roberts, who just completed our program after 3 years, were able to move into a place where they received a voucher. It's a senior living center, but after 3 years of struggle, not ready to live independently like they were in a teaching house in the community. Many trips to the hospital, many via EMS, many trips where they were received a bed at the hospital. Many times he fell, many times he missed dialysis, many times when just being in a community with residents on site, John's health would have prevailed much longer. Grace Place is the place where we're going to accomplish this for the seniors, who are the fastest growing population of seniors in Cabarrus County, but they're not the largest. The next program you're going to hear about, we're calling the Rebuilders Campus, and it comes from a quote in Isaiah 58, but out of a paraphrase, it says, "Out of the rubble of past lives, to build anew." I'm going to share with you the story of the Rebuilders Campus, and it's, I believe, our greatest opportunity to impact lives and the future of our community. Today, Cooperative Christian Ministries programs serve primarily about 70% single moms, mothers with children in our program. The Rebuilders Campus will multiply the intake in our program by 400% in order to serve these families. It's a 10.5 acre tract on Cabarrus Avenue where the historic Brown Mill sits today, located in the Brown Mill community. So the Rebuilders Campus will be at Brown Mill Commons and the home of the Rebuilders College, and I want to explain that to you and what that looks like. So phase one will be 2 24-unit apartment buildings that are positioned behind the mill and along White Street there. Also in the center of the campus, you see the old maintenance building that will serve as an activity center to house many different services and programs for the families that are living there, for individuals and families who are ready to engage in a program that will launch them into a new way of life. It's a 3 to 5 year program where they receive education, employment opportunities, skill development, relationship building, and many, many other educational, financial opportunities while they're there. We call it the Rebuilders College because for years, our program, which is three-phase, My Father's House, Mothers and Children in the Teaching Housing Program, our director of housing would explain to these young mothers, this is not a 6-month shelter program. It's like going to college. You apply, you're accepted, you engage, you develop a plan, you do the hard work, you complete the stages, you engage your children, and at the end of 3.5 to 5 years, you can leave here. And the outcomes today are absolutely amazing. All of CCM's wraparound programs and our comprehensive services will be delivered to the families, the individuals or families who are living on this campus. By expanding this capacity, we're finally going to be able to serve more single dads, more senior adults, more disabled adults. But without a doubt, the highest number will be mothers with children. I can tell you that our school systems, Cabarrus and Kannapolis City School System, but the two systems combined, year after year report over 500 students that they've identified as homeless. You add to that one preschool-age child for every 2 in school, which is what we see in the 400 or more applications that we see, and you're talking about 750 to 800 children in our community. This year, right now, Cabarrus County, through December, Cabarrus County Schools and Kannapolis City Schools have already identified 654 children in the schools who have been homeless at least one point during the school year thus far. That's the population we're serving here. So the Rebuilders Campus at Brown Mill Commons. Phase 1 that you see in the circle there represents the 2 apartment buildings, 2 24-unit apartments making 48 apartments on White Street, the program and activity center in the middle. Phase 2 will be Brown Mill Commons. I'll picture that in just a moment. But then Phase 3, go back please. Phase 3, I pointed with the other hand. Yeah. Phase 3 represents the other 2 apartment buildings, one directly behind the mill and another over on the eastern side, the right-hand side on Andrews, making a total of 96 apartments. So Phase 1 is the first 2 apartments. Phase 2, Lauren, next, is the Brown Mill or Brown Mill Commons. And what we anticipate there is retail and commercial space, as well as partners doing health and wellness, vocational training. CCM's Crisis Center on Country Club Drive has less than 6 years left on that 40-year lease, and this will be the home of the future Crisis Center for Cooperative Christian Ministry. This retail, commercial, and other space will not only provide employment opportunities for residents on our campus, but for the communities that it surrounds. It'll provide services that are not only for the residents in our college, but for the community and those around it. It will provide some revenue-generating enterprise that makes this the most unique, sustainable project that we've ever done. In addition to that, it'll offer some amenities for the local community in this corridor that is developing, entering into Concord. That's Brown Mill Commons. So presently, here's the numbers. Grace Place is a $2 million project, including the first 3 years of operating expenses, as is best practice. The Rebuilders College is a $13.5 million project with $1.5 million in first 3-year operating. Presently, you have committed $2 million of Cabarrus County ARPA funds, and we are very grateful for that. The property on Cabarrus Avenue, the 10.5 acres in the mill, are currently under contract, and we expect to close on that contract in the next 90 to 120 days. A considerable amount of the due diligence has already completed, and we're very pleased with the way that's developing. Once that property is secured and we own the Cabarrus Avenue property, then our capital campaign team, which is a very capable team that has raised many millions in this community, will launch our public campaign to begin the process of raising $15.5 million, excuse me, 13.5 more, thank you, in order to accomplish this for our community. As an advocate for those who can't speak for themselves, I want to go back to our initial conversation in 2021 when we presented this project out of the 5-year prospectus. and asked the county for $3 million. We asked each of the cities, Concord and Kannapolis, for $2 million apiece. Cabarrus County, the commissioners awarded $2 million with the suggestion that there was an expectation that both Concord and Kannapolis would participate. Rodney asked me for an update on that tonight. We have met at length with both councils. And while Kannapolis has indicated that homelessness is one of their number one priorities, and Concord has given us a verbal commitment of support for this project, both of these projects, neither of the councils has chosen to contribute financially to this project. And so I ask you, given the early presumption, to consider that additional $1 million. In the next 90 to 120 days, we will close on the $4 million purchase of the Brown Mill and the 10.5 acres. We have $3 million, two of them which came from you, committed. We have another $500,000 that is being set aside for the engineering, the architectural, and some of the analysis work that is being done right now. And so I ask you to consider the possibility, in light of the fact that neither of the cities is able to contribute to this right now, to close this sale quickly. I'm confident that with hard work, we will close. But what I'm attempting to do is to have $5 million in hand at closing, $4 million to purchase the property, and $1 million to immediately improve the facade of the building, the streetscape, take down some components that need to fall the rest of the way, and remove them from the site, take those big air washers off the building, and begin preparing a site for this community to feel good about what's coming on the Rebuilders Campus. Thank you for what you've already done. Thank you for your support for this project in general, and thanks for the opportunity to share it. I would love to answer questions.
Okay. So you've told us quite a bit about the Rebuilders College and the Rebuilder Campus. Where are you on Grace Place?
The Grace Place campus, on its current site, has been designed. We have not approached the city of Kannapolis for the zoning permit, but we don't anticipate that permitting is going to be an issue. It's a greenfield site. We got a blank canvas. It's zoned multifamily. We should see right of use there. The question is that the best place? The city of Kannapolis has been proactive in recognizing there may be some other locations. We're open to that, but we're confident that at some point, Grace Place is going to be a reality. There's tremendous support in the community as it relates to the concept that I just showed you.
Commissioners, questions, comments for Ed?
I got a question. So I was not on the board whenever the original $2 million was allocated from the ARPA funds. So my question is probably more towards staff. The $2 million that was, or I guess, I don't know what was requested, but the $2 million that was allocated from the ARPA funds, what was the presentation for the Grace Place, or what was the request for that?
I can answer that question.
Okay. Well, we hear from you and staff, yeah.
So originally, it was for the total project. Initially,
For Grace Place.
No, it was for the Rebuilders Campus and Grace Place, the $15.5 million total. However, originally, Grace Place was slated on a piece of property in Kannapolis that is in Rowan County. And so it didn't qualify for the Cabarrus funds. Within a few months of that, we were given the 13.7 acres in Kannapolis that is in Cabarrus County. And at that point in time, we requested and were granted permission to use that $2 million for either project. Now, it is my understanding that that has changed at the moment. And presently, quite frankly, we always intended to use the ARP dollars for the purchase of Cabarrus Avenue, simply because the county attorney and I agreed that that was the cleanest way to handle federal dollars and to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
feel that's an accurate reflection? Okay. I guess that's all the questions
I just have a few questions. On you had mentioned there's some other sites available in lieu of the space in Grace, the current, proposed space for Grace Place. Where would those be?
The city of Kannapolis has indicated they're willing to work with us to find a place. They suggested one location. We toured it with one of the assistant city managers. It turned out not to be available due to some EPA pending issues. So presently, there's not another identified space.
Okay. Just so you're aware, I've walked that property, that 13.7 acres. I've spoken with several people in the community, neighboring communities around the area. They are not in favor of it being there. And I think for the $2 million that you have slated for this project, I think that's a far reach. Being that I've walked the property, it's got ravines, it's got some topographical areas. It also, from my understanding, does not have water and sewer. There's going to be an impact, an increase, as well as it's not really close to services. So if these seniors need services, it's going to be very hard for them to get to that, and it's a good distance to a bus stop as well. I would encourage you to look for other locations if possible, and maybe sell that property to put into the Rebuilders College. I do like that because that does also help more people. I mean, the Grace Place is what, 14 or 15 homes. When you just said we're only, 10% of the needs of the county we're only covering, why not find a location that we can help more? Use, more bang for our buck, so to speak. Whether it's a vacant hotel or a vacant, there's a lot of different vacant buildings around Kannapolis in that area that, maybe they were industrial, maybe it's similar to the Rebuilders College, and I would encourage that, and I would definitely be in favor of that. And I think us looking at other options to help more people is what we need to be focused on if we're only hitting that 10%.
And I understand that. And the Rebuilders Campus will be the largest solution for families and individuals that Cabarrus County's ever had. But there is no solution for these seniors. And the needs of these seniors are different than the needs of these families, for instance. So keeping it in a small community, a passive community, somewhat remote, it can be a good thing. All of our housing programs provide transportation when necessary, especially for appointments and critical transportation. We recognize that. The reason that this property is this project is designed for this property is just because it's the only property I own, and it was given to us for this purpose at the recommendation of the city of Kannapolis originally. The engineers, the architects, the conservationists, because there are wetlands down below on the bottom, and the surveyors have not presented any challenges or cautions as it relates to this site. Our caution is that it sits right next to an 82-unit mobile home park that law enforcement is rather familiar with. We would be putting a fence or a wall and a $2 million project between the trailer park and the neighborhood with a group of people who, quite frankly, look a whole lot like the neighborhood. So we're confident we can do what we've set out to do, but we are not determined that it has to be on this site. And certainly we would welcome an alternative site that would work well for the individuals who will live there. More than likely, the most logical buyer is the mobile home park owner, who just paid cash for the mobile home park.
Have you reached out to them on that at all? Have you had discussions with them?
I would hate to do that to the neighborhood.
And then I have just one follow-up question. Looking at your budget detail as of 2.3.3, the allocation spent for agriculture, engineering, soil studies, topography, is that on the Builders College, or is that?
That's on Grace Place.
Thanks for clarification on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions
I'll just echo what Commissioner Strang said. I went out there yesterday and walked that property with the neighbor and some of the neighbors. I don't think $2 million is even going to touch it with that property out there. That's just being realistic. The road that goes down to it, it's going to have to be replaced by the time you bring low boys full of bulldozers and track hose and everything else down there. I don't think that's a suitable property. And I walked it yesterday, and I don't think it's suitable for that.
Ed, first off, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the efforts that you put forth to make this a better community. Appreciate that. On these two projects that you have here, the Grace Place and as well as the Rebuilders College, I know they're much needed. And it seems to me like the Grace Place at the current location probably not going to work, to be honest with you. It's just probably not going to work for a lot of reasons. But for the Rebuilders College, the area that you're talking about, I, for one, and I live in the county, but I would love to see that refurbished and turned into something that would be useful to the community. And I think that's a wise choice as far as the location for the Rebuilders College. What kind of timetable are you looking for? You're saying you wanting to close within just a few weeks? And then once you wanted to have $5 million in the bank, 4, of course, is for the property, and then give you $1 million to do some other cosmetic work around the site there. But, looking at still needing to raise a considerable amount of money, you're looking at 2 years, 3 years, or how long are you looking to possibly raise that much money?
Mm-hmm. My capital campaign team is Betsy Lyles and Anita Brown and Toby and Betty Jean Pruitt and Natasha Lipscomb. They have told me they think they can raise it in a year. I believe them. We will not start building until we're at 78%. There are some who are sitting on the sideline waiting for us to get to 60%. And I believe we'll close quickly from there. Our timeline is to have families moving in January of 2026. We need to get started.
Okay, other questions or comments?
Just one quick comment.
Yes, sir.
So the reason that we wanted this brought before you is because so many circumstances have changed since the original award. And so the $2 million, as Ed indicated earlier, when we originally made that award, we assumed that there would be active participation from Concord and Kannapolis that would get them almost half of the way to their goal. That's obviously not the case. And so now we have $2 million and a reliance on a significant capital campaign. And so just making sure the board is comfortable with that, because obviously, once the $2 million is spent on the land, if the other part of it falls through, they could just have a piece of property without a facility on it, because they are relying on their capital campaign team to bring in the other 11 million, 13 million that is needed. So just wanted you to be aware of that, because obviously circumstances have changed over the past couple of years.
So what is our process, a follow-up question on that, what is our process on that? I know this is not up for any sort of, action from us this evening or at the general meeting, but, what is the process on that? If Concord and Kannapolis are not going to contribute any money at all, is that your suggestion can we still legally, give them the $2 million for that? Okay.
It is still compliant.
Still
It just
compliant.
is that potential risk.
Okay. And so now how much were you seeking from Concord and Kannapolis that has not been committed from them, or you've gotten a no from them? How much was requested from them?
I requested $2 million from each of them.
I see. Okay.
Right, and just out of curiosity, so the $2 million we can use it for the Rebuilders College. If, and I don't know because this is ARPA funds, if for some reason that they were not able to finish the project, And, you know, we've spent that $2 million. Do the ARPA requirements require that we need to pay that back?
So I would want general counsel to review that. I think our expectation is that we have to produce the end result that is being desired. And if we fail to do so, I would be worried about having to repay the federal government. So we would want our legal folks to.
Okay, that was my concern. Okay.
And so
I
what would be the
presented-
timeline on that? Because there's got to be some kind of cutoff. I would imagine with these ARPA funds, if, you know, if it's not expended, and then, like you said, had the end result, do you know what the timeline is?
So the ARPA dollars have to be spent by December 31st of 2026, is when they have to be expended. But if it's on a land purchase, that will have been completed. But if the land purchase doesn't turn into the homeless transitional housing that is planned
entire
for,
project, yeah.
that could call that into question. So we would have to verify that that won't be a problem.
We had that conversation on a few occasions with the previous legal counsel, and I'm pretty comfortable with the answers I got, but I'll refer to
Yep.
those who are here now.
Could we get an answer from our legal counsel on that? You know, not tonight, but, you know,
I think
just.
just talking about David having been involved in that.
Okay,
I didn't render any opinion on it myself,
okay.
Yeah.
but I can.
So say, we can review.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
I feel comfortable. You know, we talk, we give a lot of lip service to affordable housing and homelessness and various remedies without a lot of concrete solutions. And I think your organization has done an excellent job. I mean, this board has supported the Salvation Army project, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's going to be a great addition. But at the end of the day, you know, when I looked at that project and all the positive things around it, and I did the head count, I thought, oh gosh, we've got so much more to do. There's the need is so much greater. And I think what you're proposing with both of these projects and certainly with the numbers at the Rebuilders College is making a bigger impact, impacting a larger number of people. And I think the most important aspect of this that we need to repeat, and I know you do, and your folks do all the time, but this is not a handout program. This is an educational program. This is a program that gets people on track and back on their feet. You've got the facts and the figures and the statistics as to how that has worked with your other projects. And I applaud you and all the folks involved in your organization for doing that. I think that I think both of these projects are great. And you know, we talk about affordable housing so much, and I can remember in 2020 at a campaign forum, somebody saying, well, what are you know, let's talk about affordable housing. Let's talk about homelessness. And, you know, one of the comments I made at that time is there are a lot of different approaches and solutions, and some of those are some of the ones that you're talking about here. But whatever we do, it's going to be in somebody's backyard. I can't think of any situation where that's not going to be the case. And so that's always going to be a challenge, and I certainly appreciate the challenges that you have dealt with in that regard. But I have confidence. I certainly like the project. I love the adaptive reuse of buildings that have been important in our community, and going to a cause like this. I mean, there's so many positive things about this project, and so I look forward. I'm glad that we have supported it so far, and I'm certainly in favor of taking a look at how we might be able to support more going forward. and see if we can make a case for that. But appreciate what you and your organization does all the time in our community.
Well, thank you,
Yes.
and you are welcome.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
Okay, we move to item 3.4, and this is, let's see, I think I read it correctly, Geraldine Gardner continued. But our strategic planning process, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here to discuss the next steps of our strategic planning process. I want to take a time out from the formality of the meeting as we've had it so far. You've had a lot of great discussion, but I'd like to go back to the space where we were, the creative space and the collaborative engagement of the board's planning retreat. So a little more than a week ago, about 50 county leaders with experience that ranged from more than 4 decades, not 40 decades as I look for Londa, to 2 weeks came together. They brought with them views from each of our 20 lines of business and our Board of Commissioners, of course. The retreat discussion was informed by interviews with each of you and surveys of leadership, staff, and the community. There was great discussion and enthusiasm for the future of our organization. The group putting it all together is Central Lina, and I'm happy to bring back Geraldine Gardner, who will convey the work that's been done in the time since the retreat and get your feedback so that we can create a plan that is unique to our organization, that meets our place and time, and serves our community well. So for this discussion, which you should be comfortable for because we're going to have a lot of discussion, I'll excuse myself, turn it over to Geraldine, and have some fun with it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Kasha. All right, good afternoon, almost evening. It's a pleasure to be back in front of all of you tonight and to share with you some progress we've made in a very short time since I last saw you at your retreat. All right, so our objectives for our time today are to review what you all did together and co-created related to the vision and mission for the county and the county government. To share some of the key themes that we've developed as a result of all of that great work that you did together. And then to end our conversation, talking a little bit about the process and getting your inputs for developing values for the organization. Unlike the retreat session, our methods tonight will be a little bit more formal. I'll be presenting to you and inviting feedback from you, and just wanted to emphasize that this is the first of 2 feedback loops that we'll have with the board on vision and mission. So it's really critical that we kind of come back to our ground rules that we talked about at the retreat, and really be present and provide feedback so that we can take your ideas and your direction as we move forward in this process. So kind of that main idea of not being a silent objector. Now is the right time in the process where we want your constructive feedback. If we're not headed in the right direction, please let us know. If you do like what you see, it's important for us to hear that as well. So wanted to start off, I know it's been a beat, you all have a big agenda, you do lots of things in your day-to-day life, but just to kind of come back to some foundational concepts around the strategic plan that we first introduced and talked about at the retreat. This graphic is probably familiar to you. I showed it when we last saw each other. But the real thought here is that the foundation of your plan is going to be based on the mission that you set for this organization, the vision for its future, and the set of values that will guide how your staff and you as a board interact with each other and the public. So that's really what we call the foundation. And that's the point where we're at right now in the process. The goals will be built upon this foundation. It helps us achieve the vision ultimately. And then as we get further into the plan itself, you get more concrete with real strategies and core services that will make this kind of broad vision really come to life. The foundation, as we've talked about, is really focused on the mission, the vision, and the values, and we'll get more into detail on that this evening. So when we talk about a vision statement, just to kind of recap and level set for tonight's conversation, the vision is really about the future of the organization. It's the North Star that everyone is working to achieve. So it's not just about what you're already doing well today, it's about where you want to grow the organization into the future. And what makes a good vision statement is one that is that aspirational, forward-thinking statement. It must be clear and easy to understand. So not a lot of jargon, not a lot of commas, and it has to be memorable and unique to your organization. So if it's about the future of where you want to go, no one else can create that. That all is very unique to this organization and your future. A vision statement is really important because it describes a promise to your stakeholders, and not just the public, but your staff as well. Where are they, what kind of organization are they a part of, and what's its future? That's really what the vision statement articulates. So in that way, it's inspiring to employees, and it creates connection to their work, and ultimately, in the best cases, leads to increased productivity. And then from a practical matter, it informs the structure of the plan and its direction. Now, a mission statement describes today. So if the vision is about tomorrow, the mission is about today and what the purpose and the actions of the organization. So it identifies the what, sort of what does county government do? It identifies the how, what's special about the work, how you do the work here, and the why, the ultimate purpose of what the work is trying to achieve. And some kind of key elements of what makes a great mission statement, of course, something that's simple, right? So this is a hard line to walk because we want to be inclusive. We want to make sure all of the work is reflected. But if it's a long list of things that the county does, it's not going to be clear and easy to understand. And a great mission statement always has the why, the inspirational kind of heart strings that you can pull that really leads people to purpose and inspires the work. So as we talked about at the retreat, mission-oriented organizations generally have higher employee engagement, greater productivity, more positive work culture, and lead to decrease in turnover. So mission and vision really go hand in hand, and that's something that I'll ask you to think about today as we present each of these individually and get your feedback. The vision is about what you want to do in the future. Where are you going as an organization? The mission is what you do today that helps you achieve the vision. And the goals are your mission critical actions that you take over time to achieve the vision. And so my little analogy that hopefully will help this come to life a little bit is if you can imagine that the vision is like the finish line of a long hike, right? Where you are going. The mission are your tools to get there. So your compass, your water bottle, your backpack, you're going to use these tools to get you to the end point or your future. And your goals are your roadmap. It's how you're applying those tools to get you along the path towards the finish. And really, if you take one of those things away, if you don't know what your future is, then you're kind of walking around aimlessly. If you don't have a clear set of tools, then it's really hard to do the work efficiently. And if you don't have a map, then you ultimately won't get to your destination. So it's really the interconnection between all these elements that are really important. All right, so let's jump into what you created together and how we've taken this information and have analyzed it and what we're presenting to you tonight. So just as a reminder, the feedback loops that we talked about in this process, so we did some initial brainstorming at the retreat. There was a core team of county staff that met up on last Friday. We talked about all the information, and we synthesized some concepts that we're presenting to you tonight. We need your feedback tonight in order for us to go back, refine those ideas, and ultimately come back to you on April 3rd to present some more official concepts for vision and mission for you to react to. So this is kind of where we are in the process. As a reminder, we did a 3-step kind of ideation or brainstorming process at the retreat. There were lots of Post-it notes that we used, but basically 9 vision concepts were generated by the participants. And then you all went around and used Post-it notes to provide feedback on those 9 concepts. So every Post-it note was documented. We produced about 7 pages of documentation, so everyone's idea was captured. The kind of analysis of themes was that the statements that focused on people, the ones that were more oriented to the future, and the statements that were shorter were the ones that were the most endorsed. That's kind of the global feedback. And a lot of ideas that we got were really more about mission and about values. So we've kept those and brought those back into the mission process. So we took all that input and we analyzed it, and when we came up with were the most frequently endorsed words and phrases. We actually counted how many times people said we like focusing on employees, or we like public trust and accountability. And then we had a conversation with this core group of county staff to really think about what's in place now versus where the organization wants to go in the future, so that we're really focused on the opportunities for greatest organizational growth that will positively impact the county. Okay, so again, we're not talking about today. You're building on what you have today as the good, but you're really thinking about how are we stretching into the future? And if we do these things, how will the residents of the county benefit? And so with that, we developed a set of emerging themes. So I'm going to walk you through these themes. This is not the vision statement, okay? This is not the statement. These are just ideas. So this is fully open for feedback and reaction. The vision statement may ultimately incorporate some of these themes, or we may go in a different direction depending upon your feedback tonight. Okay, with that caveat, here are the themes. So the first theme is a focus on people, both internally and externally. And I'm going to break these down in further detail, but just as a global overview. Focus on people, focus on the future, so being forward-thinking and anticipating the needs of the community and employees, and then a focus on action and really thinking about implementation being in the focus there. So kind of breaking these down a little bit further. Focus on people. That was the number one point of feedback from the entire brainstorming process. You all care about people, whether it's your employees or the folks that make up your businesses, folks that are living in the community, or and your visitors. So all those stakeholder groups really came to the forefront. So thinking about how can you really put people at the center of the work that you do. Not to say that you don't already do that now, but really being an organizing principle, this idea of person-centered services and programming and investment for the county. And you can see in blue at the end of each of these slides is kind of how this relates back to the specific Post-it notes and feedback that we got during the session. So the second theme is the focus on the future. So this is really about, you are one of the fastest growing counties in the state, and thinking about how you can be proactive in your decision-making, in your engagement with the community, and really leaning into the idea of using data and trends to make informed decisions, in addition to that person-centered engagement and feedback, and then leveraging the strong track record that you already have as an organization in innovation and collaboration. So this is really about focusing on the future and being proactive in the work that you do. And you can see the link there to the feedback from the retreat. And lastly, is a focus on action. And here this really generated from a really robust conversation with the core team, that there are lots of plans and ideas and initiatives in the county, but moving forward and from ideas to action and being decisive about implementation really gets at leadership and good stewardship. It demonstrates trust and helps to deliver on a clear and focused future, which were some of the concepts that were really valued from the retreat. So those are the 3 themes. I'm going to put them back up on the screen here.
And I think at this point, it's going to be really up to all of you to react to them and help me and our core team understand, are we on track here? Do these resonate with where you see the future of the county going? Or were there other ideas that you would like us to focus on?
I can start it off by saying I like all three of those, and I think that it does capture a lot of the conversation that we had at the retreat. There were other pieces on some of the previous slides that I especially liked, and I think one was rewarding innovation and forward thinking, and I think this is a part of that we need to, I think we benefit greatly when we have staff that is forward thinking and doesn't anytime you step out on a limb to be innovative, you're always subjecting yourself to criticism, because face it, sometimes we fail. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But if you don't ever try, you don't ever know. So, I like that concept that we encourage people to step outside the box and be innovative.
And I agree with Steve, what you're saying. All three of those are very vital. But to me, I'm so glad that this board recognizes the value of our people. I learned a long time ago as a small business owner, it's the people that make the company. Obviously, this is not a company, but it is a business, though. The county is a business, and the local government is what we do. We govern. But without the people, we can't do anything. And without having good quality people. And I notice more so in today's society, I don't know what the reasons are, but you see help wanted signs everywhere. And some establishments have lowered their standards because they can't get what they're looking for. And I'm fortunate to be a part of an organization that has not done that. We have not lowered our standards. We have not changed the criteria to hire someone. And so we put our people up front because they're the ones that's going to make us to continue to be successful. So I appreciate the board's thinking on putting people first and forward thinking. I think that we all very much are forward thinking people. We want to do what we can do. I've said it many times during my last campaign that we're busy building a future for future generations. And to me, that's as forward thinking as you can get, because that's what we do. And that's what I hope that we continue to do. And Commissioner Marsh said it earlier, talking about the homelessness. Sometimes we just get a lot of lip service. We don't get action. And I want us to be part of a decisive board, make good decisions. And so I think that encapsulates right there pretty much, the vision themes as far as I'm concerned. And I'm pleased with the way you've got that word out.
And now that I've failing forward is what I was thinking about, which is a program that many of our departments have been involved in, which I think that's something we should continue to pursue.
I'll just echo what they both said. We made it a priority to put the employees first at that session, and I'm glad to see that it remains at the top. So I'd like to see that stay.
Looks good to me. I think it accurately reflects what we spent that Friday night doing. So I think it looks good to me.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. This is a great start to what we all discussed on Friday and part of Saturday, so I think it's good.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you all see your work in this outcome, so that's fantastic. Is there a particular emphasis that you all would like to see placed in the final version? Is it encapsulating all three of these themes that would really resonate, focusing on one more than the other? What do you really think would be impactful for the organization and ultimately the county itself? You know, where would you really like to see the focus?
For me, it would be on number one, focus on people, and that includes our citizens, our residents, our taxpayers, our employees, our staff. To me, that would be number one.
I agree.
I mean, that's why we're here, to serve people of Cabarrus County.
So let me ask you, where is the greatest opportunity in your perspectives for the county to grow in putting people first? What does that look like to you? Because it's not that you don't care about people now, right? But where's that stretch? Where are you pointing into the future with regards to that?
I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I think there were some key words on some of the previous slides.
Yeah,
I think
let's
it
go
was.
back to that.
Trust and, where was it? Yeah, communication, trust, transparency. That goes with both, employees and the public. Because I think, I may have mentioned it, or we were talking about it at the retreat, a lot of citizens don't have that trust, that public trust, from us, that we're not as transparent, or they think we're not as transparent, that they don't really kind of, in the future, they'd like to be able to communicate with us better and know that we'll care, because that's that first, putting our people first in the center that's what it's all about.
Thank you.
I think the communication piece is huge. There are so many people that are not aware of what we do. In some of the higher profile things, I mean, people see parks and they see libraries and things of that nature, but as a general rule, if everything is going fairly well, they don't know who we are or what we do. And I have people ask me all the time, they say, "Oh, you're a county commissioner, what do they do? How many of them are there?" Things of that nature. So, but I think that's probably true in everything we do, the communication piece. And I think that's more challenging today than it has ever been before, because there are so many different avenues where people get their information.
What else? Where's the opportunity? Trust is a hard thing to measure. Oh, forward. There we go. That one. Oop, too far? There we go. One more. I'm in charge. I'm driving. All right, let me go. So not that one. One more. It all looks good. Okay. All right. Any last words on vision?
I guess how we, we talk about trust is hard to measure, and but trust through transparency. I think maybe we could focus more attention on trying to figure out the areas where perceptions might be that we're not transparent. I feel like we are in a great just a tremendous number of ways, but if there is a lack of trust, it's probably because somebody thinks we're not. And so, you know, that's questions, not answers, but, you know, how do we make people feel comfortable that we're transparent and that they can get any information they want, which they pretty much can, in one method or another. We just try to make that as easy as possible for them to get it.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned a few minutes ago that it's almost like the county's working in the background. If everything's going well, right, people don't always know. Is that part of the vision, to make sure that the work is lifted up and better known, better understood, maybe better appreciated, or at least is that a part of this that's important to all of you?
For
Not
me,
just
it is.
call when
Yeah.
something's wrong, but, you know, understand what your role is and what everyone is working towards.
Yeah, for every taxpayer to have a greater understanding and appreciation as to where their tax dollars go.
I think that goes back to the last slide that said good stewardship, you know, of county resources, and whether that's funds or assets that we have that we use, you know, to utilize.
Okay, great.
I like the communication piece that Chairman Morris mentioned.
All right. Well, we'll take these ideas and come back with some more official-looking statements for you guys to look at, and we'll go from there. So that was my next slide. So we'll be taking this feedback, developing specific concepts. We'll come back to you at your April meeting. We'll share those. Hopefully, there's one that really resonates with you, and we can say, okay, here we go. We got the vision. We're going to move forward. We can also, you know, move things around and make sure that you feel comfortable. But this is really the kind of the keystone of the whole process. We build the plan around where you want to go as a vision. So that April 3rd meeting, we'll spend some time and hopefully get something down that you're all excited about.
Excellent.
All right, we're going to move on to mission. This is a little shorter. So we did, again, a 3-part exercise at the retreat. There were smaller groups this time, so we did 13 different mission concepts that were generated. You might remember we spent some time talking about the what of what you do as a government, the how of how you do it, and the why, its ultimate purpose. So again, we wrote down every Post-it note, every piece of feedback, every concept, looked at the patterns, and the top what the top why was that the work that you're doing is really about people thriving, people, businesses, residents, visitors, but this idea and connection to your tagline on Thrive, that was really what resonated in almost every concept. The top whats were service, customer service, communication, engagement, and the top hows were listening, communication, visionary leadership, and again, this idea of thinking about future generations. So those were kind of the top themes. So we took those, worked as a core team to develop and really think about how would we articulate the what's and the whys and the how based on these frequently endorsed words. We also talked about the real importance, especially if the mission is focused more internally, to having something simple, right, and easy to remember, and not really trying to get everyone's work stream in one sentence. So the themes we have on mission, so our core purpose, so this would be the what, we serve, engage, and lead. And there was a great intentionality from the core team about the order of these words. So we serve the public, putting the public first, engaging everyone, sort of that communication piece of it, and then leading around a set of values. And that came up tonight in terms of trust and accountability and caring. So that kind of what is that you do here, your core, what as a government, serve, engage, and lead. The why, What really resonated for the group was the idea of creating opportunity. And instead of listing out residents, businesses, visitors, just to say for all. So creating opportunities for all to thrive. And that what makes you special, what makes Cabarrus County special, is your focus on today and tomorrow, or being focused on now and in the future. So that really came up as something that resonated with the group when they were going through all the feedback. That's your special how, is having that view. So what is your reaction to these elements? Does this capture today? Does it capture the organization today and what your core purpose is?
I think it does capture it.
Any particular words or phrases that really kind of are interesting and exciting and kind of feel good? What do you think, Commissioner? All looks good. You got to give me a little bit more than that. Serve. Okay, why serve? What's just the, okay.
It truly is a service.
Mm-hmm.
Count, government, from the Board of Commissioners all the way down to, any levels within the organization.
Okay.
I like serve as well, and I think that's how we serve, by engaging and leading.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, there's serve and more, serve is more personal and more things to do that.
Yeah. It's important to communicate to people coming into the organization that that's what the focus is, and this is a tool to help you do that, for sure.
And I think that applies to every employee, every elected official, the same rules.
What about your why? Does that resonate with you?
It does with me, and we certainly heard that thrive word a lot, and I think that's another thing that's what we put a lot of effort on. That's what we talk about a lot. We talk about creating opportunities, creating jobs, creating new customers for our business. All of that connects to thrive in a very, very strong way, I think.
Mm-hmm. And the emphasis on the now and in the future, or that today and tomorrow, is that kind of the special sauce here, or is it something else?
I'm not sure that's special particularly.
Okay, good. Yay, criticism. We like it. It makes us better. What would you replace it with? Oh my gosh, we blew up the internet.
I did not hear what you said about it. You just said no.
He said it was generic.
Well, it is generic, yes.
Okay. Okay. I think, I don't know if I have. Listening and communicating, visionary leadership, and now in the future. Those were the top hows. Do any of those really resonate with you in a more specific or memorable way to the county, as opposed to?
Like listening.
Mm-hmm.
Geraldine, going back to the previous slide,
Mm-hmm.
Kenny made a comment reference what makes this special. And I think, and we heard that already tonight from at least one of our speakers, and that is that what makes Cabarrus County special, us special, is because we care. We care about our people. We care about our community. we care about businesses and our children. So I think caring makes us more special because we're a group of caring people. And so we need to incorporate that some way.
I like the caring as well, and I mean, another word that we use a lot, we heard it repeatedly tonight in several different instances, is collaboration. And I don't know how you include that in there, but that is a big part of what we do, is working, trying to collaborate with different departments, different elected bodies, that I feel like needs to be there somewhere.
Do others feel that too? Collaboration and caring, sort of weaving that in maybe a little bit more? Yeah? Okay.
Because we hear all the time how other communities don't have the relationships with the counties, the agencies that
Yes.
we have here. That is.
We heard it from some of our school system folks tonight, that when they talk to their peers in other counties.
Okay. Great. Any last feedback on mission?
Just one thing, because right now we have Live, I think, in our, something, I've seen it.
And our tagline, Cabarrus.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe, I was trying to forward here.
Love it.
Thrive, I'm kind of stuck on that word thrive, not that it's a bad thing or not, but I mean, we use it in our tagline.
Mhm.
But what if it's something like, we create opportunities for all to succeed, or
Mhm.
be more you know, hit the nail on the head with what it is, like succeed, so flourish.
Mhm.
I mean, I like succeed better, I was looking for a different word.
Yeah, you're raising a really good point. It came up in the core team conversations. You have this word thrive that's a lot of places, which could be a great thing to also put it in the mission for that synergy. But if you ever walk away from that and go in a different direction, and that word doesn't mean the same. So what does the board think about that word thrive? Is it important to weave into the mission statement, or should we be looking at other concepts that give you a little bit more flexibility, or maybe move you beyond the idea of thrive that you've had for the last couple of years? Commissioner Meismer, what do you think?
I'm fine with the word thrive. I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm fine with the word thrive.
America thrives here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're good with
I
thrive?
mean, I'm fine with other words,
Yes.
you know, if you have other options too, you know. So, yeah, if you have other suggestions that you're gonna bring to us, that's fine.
I don't have my handy dandy thesaurus right next to me, but we can certainly look at it. Commissioner Shu and Commissioner Wortman, any? Okay. All right, great. Well, thank you for surfacing it. We'll certainly look at it when we do our final wordsmithing. So again, same thing here. We'll come back to you with some options for you to look at. We'll put them, maybe get with Lauren to give them to you further in advance. You can really sit with them, think on them, and come to the meeting prepared to either with a favorite or other feedback. So I realize it's hard to do things on the fly, so I appreciate your initial feedback tonight. Just want to end our time together today just talking about values, since that's the other element of the strategic foundation. So just as a quick reminder from our retreat conversation, you know, values are really about defining organizational culture. How you choose to use the values that are created is really important to the process that we use to develop them, because they must be lived and practiced and assessed on an ongoing basis, because you're creating a framework for expectations, really, with values. And they apply just as much to your internal team as they do to how you're engaging with external customers and the public. So I interviewed each of you and I asked you about your core values as public servants. You know, what guides your work? And this Wordle represents what you told me. And the larger the word, the more of you said it. So you can see that honesty, integrity, being dependable, being engaged, being transparent. Those were the words that resonated the most. And I think almost all of you said honesty. That was definitely across all of you. But variations of themes that we've heard tonight, being compassionate, being helpful, being accessible. I think 3 of you talked about using common sense approaches. So I think this really reflects what I heard from all of you and a great starting point for the values conversation. But values, you all have your values, but your staff and your team have their values as well. So how do we bring this all together and come to consensus that's going to work for the organization? So I wanted to just talk to you about these 2 questions. So the first one is, what values are important for the people who work for Cabarrus County, whether they sit in an office or they're out in the field? What's important for them to know and understand and live by, in your opinion? We can go back to that infographic in just a minute. And then as we work with the team here to develop those values, what are your expectations about the staff being involved in that process? So that as we begin that work, we're being intentional and reflecting what you all expect through that process. So any particular thoughts on what values are important to you that you think should be important to the staff, and then how we should engage the staff moving forward in developing those values?
I think the values should be exactly the same words we just looked at in the previous graphic.
Those resonate with you?
Do what?
Those resonate with you, those values?
Yeah, I mean, I think the same things apply. Those are the things that are important to us, and those are the things that I think should be important to staff.
Okay. Okay.
And I think they already are, and that's,
Okay.
so that makes it easier.
Commissioner Wortman? Okay. So,
Who wouldn't want that? I mean, those are the type of employees we want.
right.
Dependable, transparent, engaged, that should be something everybody should be able to get behind, even if
So let's kind of dig into this a little bit. So let's say these are the values. What are your expectations on how these would be used by the county manager and the directors that would be responsible for ensuring that staff are living up to these values? So remember our conversation from the retreat, we talked about sort of the conference room wall of values, right? So it's fine if they're kind of up and present, but how do you live them? How do you activate them? How do you make them really part of the organizational culture and how you're managing? So what are your expectations around that and moving forward? Because I think that's a really important detail in the depth that we go in developing these, because I'm sure if I asked each of you to define what transparent means, I might get different answers with some commonality, but they might be different. So how should these be used in Cabarrus County government?
Well, you're gonna have to do some educating with me, because I can't imagine that we would have different definitions of transparent. I mean, but
I will say, I mean, as Commissioner Wortman said, who wouldn't want these, or we already have these, I feel like, amongst our county employees, and I know that there is annual review, so if someone, was not dependable, or I would imagine that these are things that were already, I would imagine that a lot of these words are already guiding principles for annual reviews for our employees.
So that would be a way that you would want to see them used.
Yeah, well,
as a
I
way.
would imagine
Mhm.
they're already being used in that manner. Would that be accurate? Would that be an accurate statement? Yes, sir. Okay, I would imagine,
Okay.
so.
And I had said this earlier when Paula was talking to us about the child fatality and all of that, getting good, dependable people. We have not lowered the criteria. We still look for this in the hires that we make. And I'm sure, like Chairman Amar said, there's probably different ways to look at transparency or being engaged. Being engaged could be one thing to one person and something else to another.
Exactly.
But, you know, as far as our human resources, you hire good people and that have the basic criterias that you're looking for. And the proof's in the pudding by the group that we have, the staff that we have. You've got people that's been here some 35, 40 years, you know, they've been around. And I think that, you know, they've been such a strong inspiration to the group itself because of the quality of people they are.
Yep.
And that tends to attract more people to be just like them.
Indeed. All right, so just as a quick recap of what the next steps are. So we're going to spend the rest of this month in that foundation phase. So we'll come back to you on April 3rd with mission, vision, and probably some more fleshed out values based on tonight's conversation. So appreciate that. And then we'll turn, once we get feedback and endorsement of where we're headed on these foundational issues, then we'll start working with the core team here around goal setting, because that's really kind of is the meat of the plan. Is you got this big vision, how are you going to get it done, right? So that's where we're headed as we get into the spring. Any questions I can answer for the board on process and next steps? All right, then I'm done.
Very good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
So I think what I'm hearing is we'll have Geraldine Gardner continued again as a standard item. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move now to item 3.5 from Infrastructure and Asset Management, Courthouse Expansion Project Update, Kyle and Michael.
It's going to just be Kyle tonight.
Just Kyle, okay.
Yep, we'll wait. So I'll start to go through some of the milestones that have been accomplished at the courthouse for the last 30 days and what's coming up in the next 30 days, and then I'll go through some pictures that Lauren will have up on the screen. So over the last 30 days, started the furniture install on the 4th and 3rd floors, poured the remaining concrete base on the public plaza, started all the landscaping and planting installs also along the plaza, and started the MEP final inspections and commissioning, which basically results in a lot of systems emailing most of us in the middle of the night as they come online, and we kind of dial them in. And the same thing for the fire alarm panel that's now alive in the facility. Obviously, as you have a lot of work going on in the building and you have all these systems live, it creates a lot of alerts. But those are the same type of alerts that we get from all of our buildings, so trying to dial it in has been challenging for our staff. Over the next 30 days, we'll start to work down from the second and first floor. And then the courtroom pews will be delivered, are coming in, all of them are coming in on the 20th, and we'll stage throughout the building and then start to move those in the courtrooms, obviously starting on the upper and moving down to the lowers. Lastly, the pavers and the lights will start to go in on the plaza, and I can show some of the progress on the plaza because it's probably developed the most out of everything that the commissioners walked. When I walked all of you through, probably the outside is what has changed the most, not probably so much the inside. It shows you the exterior facade in the corridor on the courtrooms on the 4th floor. That kind of second picture shows you some of the packaged materials in terms of the FF&E or the furniture that's going in there. And obviously why it looks so open now is it doesn't have the pews. And like I said, those will be coming in on the 20th. You scroll down. Gives you a really good look. That's actually not the ceremonial courtroom, so that is one of the 4th floor lower ceiling courtrooms, but just to give you an idea of the back and the galley area. Again, there's no pews in there yet. And just to give you a look out that facing back towards the public entrances in those courtrooms. Scroll down. This kind of shows you the back of house finishes that are going in and the front of house finishes. Shows you our massive amount of FF&E that's stored throughout the building. It's about, probably we have excess in of about $3 million worth of FF&E stationed throughout that building. So trying to work with the contractor and the various FF&E installers, who are all separate entities, and share one elevator and one stairwell and no loading dock. It's been great for Michael and his staff to have to coordinate all that delivery and getting it into the building. Scroll down. That shows you a bird's eye view of the Articles of Freedom and the public plaza. So the building you're looking at is the rear of the historic courthouse. So that's kind of the alleyway, or it used to be an alleyway. It won't now, it's much open. And the next picture will show you another view that probably gives you a better idea. So that's where your flagpoles go, your Articles of Freedom, and the backdrop is the new courthouse. And that backdrop that you're looking at on the first floor, just so that you have an idea in terms of the public, that's where the public goes into the queuing area for security. So that's what they would be looking out, as those Articles of Freedom and those flagpoles. You can scroll down. It's a bird's eye view of the actual lobby, the terrazzo that's in there, and that triangle is the obviously the layout of the county. Shows you the Courthouse Security Command Center. I did walk all of you through, bless you. Bless you. I did walk all of you through that, but the casework out there was not in place when we walked through. So the next shot's going to kind of show you the rest of the casework that's been in that lobby. So it's looking a lot more like a lobby than what I walked all of you through. So you can kind of see it shaping up. Shows you the backdrop of the public elevators on your left, where that blue is, and then your clerk of courts and your bookkeeping, so where they would help folks and take their money. Shows you again the queuing area. And that's your lobby coming in from the entrance off the Union side of the public plaza. So that's what you'd be looking at when you walk into the public plaza. Shows you your exterior work finally going in on the public plaza. 6 different types of pavers rated on traffic rating or no traffic rating and colors. And also a lot of concrete bands. So when it looks like they're pouring a curb out there, they're not. They're really pouring a band to lock in those pavers. And that shows you from the actual Union Street side looking back. Any questions? I'll move on to the next one, EMS headquarters update. So I'm going to go through some milestones of the last 30 and the next 30, and then show you some pictures, and then also talk to you about the pushback and delay of opening that building and what the cause of that is. So over the last 30 days, the exterior brick has been finished, and we'll go through those pictures and I'll show them to you. Your exterior metal panel installation has begun, and your phase 1 ceiling grid is complete. So the building is, for us in the field, is divided up into phase 1 and phase 2. And phase 1 would be the areas that I would say are the training areas, the large training rooms, the fitness rooms, the area that you walk in the front lobby. What I would consider phase 2 is, it would be the behind the back door, in terms of that's where the offices are of staff, that's where their break rooms are, that's where the locker room is, showers, things like that. So as I go through and talk about phase 1 and phase 2, it's just one half of the building, and it's basically segregated or separated by the actual bays, the 3 bays, the drive-in bays for the ambulances. Over the next 30 days, we'll get the rest of the grid in on phase 2. And the above ceiling inspections will be called in on phase 1 to close those out. And then hopefully in the next 45 to 60 days, we'll be able to call in the inspections on the phase 2 above ceiling. And then the biggest change that anybody from the public will notice is we'll start to bring back our site work contractor and start to remobilize on that. If you notice, once we got it to a certain grade, we've left it alone, obviously, as we work on the interior. And now we'll come back and start to tie in the exterior in terms of the site work. We can go through the pictures. And that shows you the brick facade again, flagpoles. Two pictures with different buildings of flagpoles. It wasn't on purpose, but it probably gives you a good perspective. That shows you your above ceiling ductwork that's going in. That's actually a picture of some of our EMS leadership staff is in there, I think, as well as I am during one of their site walkthroughs. They'll show you your large training areas that can be, will have an operable wall in between them. Staff obviously walks with the customer. I think they do it every other week. So that's very similar to what we do with all of our buildings. Our service providers, infrastructure and asset management, and ITS walk with the customer through it. That's how we do our OACs also. When we do them on site, we'll start actually bringing infrastructure and asset management staff through the building, meaning all of the mechanics, over the next 2 months to start getting them familiar with the building. Scroll down. Showing you more interior space and the finishes going up. The massive amount of conduit and mechanical and plumbing that is above the ceilings. Shows you the office area of staff. We're back out to the exterior. Those were the 3 bays for the ambulance that I was talking about. More MEP through the corridors. Shower stalls. Exterior of the building, and that would be with your back facing the Cabarrus County Schools bus garage. And that kind of shows you that is the true back of house where the building ends, and where if we ever decide to build an addition to that to bring in all the vehicles, that's where that would go. So when we had first started the project, we were on course to open up, to bring in the FF&E in spring and open to staff in the summer, probably more like June or July, so early summer. We're now pushed back to August, and that's 100% from one thing, and that's from our air conditioning. But it's really actually what you hear about all the delays on transformers and things that have chips in them. So our air handlers have ECMs, okay? So it's electronically commutated motors. They have chips in them. And over the past year, that's become code that all furnaces and things like that need to have those type of motors. And we have a significant delay on one of ours from one of our air handlers. And really, that's not the issue. We could just go ahead and put something portable and leave it on a trailer. But what the problem is with the amount of interior finishes that we have, so wall coverings, floors, I can't put that in without a certain temperature and guaranteeing that temperature. And no subcontractor is going to put that in running a portable air conditioning unit in the back. So when we started to look at the amount of finishes that it could affect, and I mean like floor bubbling up, wall coverings coming off the wall, I told them that I wasn't willing to take that risk on a brand new building, and that we would wait to open up in August. And talked with the, obviously EMS leadership was involved with that decision. They're in the room, but not because I was coming up here to talk about this, but they are in the room, and if they want to comment on that, they can. But we did have a lot of long conversations about what this would do. And we've decided in terms of protecting what we put into that building, it was the best idea. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
What is this chip that you mentioned again for this?
Chips are put into these type of motors. They're smart motors, and they're now code that you have to have these. So we run into it with a lot of our variable frequency drives, but it's in your air handler. It's in our air handler.
Was that a federal guideline?
I believe, yeah, the code is driven by the federal guideline, but we would have done it anyways. It's energy efficient.
Okay.
So this is part of our initiative with all of our buildings. I mean, we've retrofitted out our air handlers in here, which are original to the building, with variable frequency drives.
Okay. Just curious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually to kind of dovetail on that, just because you've all been involved with Mount Pleasant, when we met with Duke the other day about the Mount Pleasant project, the first words out of their mouth for transformer was 1 to 4 years. And after living with this and the courthouse, it just means we're having to do every type of site package and utility planning way up front. Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And I think you have the next item as well.
Yep, 3 in a row tonight.
Full-time Funky Town.
Yes, yes. Okay, so our current agreement with Full-Time Funky Town for the Rotary Square art displays, the two pieces that are there, expires in July. The way that the agreement was written is that the term started when the final execution date went down, so when the last person signed, which was July 7th. So we have until July to make a decision if we want to renew or not. The Full-Time Funky Town has reached out to me, and it is their intent that they want to, in fact, renew the agreement, and they want to display another two pieces. And the last time when I presented to the board, when this agreement took place, actually, since the board was not involved with that, I brought a proposal and Full-Time Funky Town up with me, and they showed the two pieces that they wanted to display, and then we worked backwards into an agreement that protected the county in terms of a liability standpoint. This time, it would be renewing that agreement for another year, and then the board giving me guidance on if you want to have more involvement on what the two pieces are, or if you want me to work with Full-Time Funky Town to bring up, you know, options of 8 pieces or however many they can, you know, take a look at, and then explain to you the narratives behind the public art, and you folks make some decisions. So I'm kind of looking for some guidance to provide them some input. We do have time, a couple months, and I don't know that Full-Time Funky Town can procure new pieces by July. I assume they could, but it might mean where if we give them guidance on what we would like, they might not be able to have it to August, so we would still need to extend the agreement, but the piece that's there now might stay an extra month.
What is the cost to the county for this?
Of the art?
Well, I know that we're not paying for the art.
No.
But as far as, is there a cost and?
No, the way that we wrote the agreement was any maintenance, anything on it, even cleaning, the county doesn't handle.
And moving in and out?
No,
Installing?
no. Now, I will tell you, we put concrete pads in place. The concrete pads we specifically put in to be able to handle weight of different pieces that would come in. We would have staff there to help them take the current pieces off and probably wheel the new pieces in. And in the last pieces that came in, they put them there and we bolted them down because I wanted to be sure of what I was bolting into and that my guys were doing it. But in terms of, you know, all the logistics and transportation, no. No, it's minimal is what I would say. And really, it's for the liability of the park, if you want me to be honest with you. And the county is the reason I have staff there.
Just a question, on the liability side, have there been any injuries or damage to any of that?
No, not that have been reported to me. We obviously I've gotten positive comments and I've gotten negative comments. I think maybe some of the negative comments were towards one of the pieces. Some of the comments I got were, if you're gonna bring public art in, you know, people should be able to climb on it and do anything on it. I'm not really sure, we don't want to be promoting that, because if you fall off that, you're falling on concrete on one side. So, no, and in fact, I haven't got anything recently. The most I ever got on Rotary Square was the gates that we had installed.
Okay.
About children being able to run into the road.
Kyle, I'm okay with you, with us renewing the contract for another year. And I'm also okay with, at your discretion on the artwork. Your discretion, because I know we won't have to worry about it.
Would anybody else like to make another type of motion?
Kyle, I'll offer to help pick out the artwork, okay?
I am in favor of renewing it, and I would prefer that none of us have anything to do with the selection of the artwork, and that we leave that to the artist, with just comments about fewer, sharper edges, things that are not quite as attractive to children to climb on.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, I don't want to have any involvement in picking out the art.
The
Not
way
qualified.
the way, me too. The way the agreement was structured did talk about things like sharp edges and things. I mean, we went pretty in depth. I will reach out to Full-Time Funky Town and explain that to them, and perhaps they would like to put together a presentation of some different ideas they have, and just bring it here for some general consensus. They do very much like coming in front of the board, so I will leave that up to their discretion if that's okay with the board.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we move now to discussion items for action. First up is 4.1 from Active Living and Parks, Camp Spencer pool contract. And Londa has been waiting patiently to tell us about that. And Byron.
Yeah, I wanted Byron to be up here. He works with Jacob more directly on a day-to-day basis. Plus, I was out the day the agenda item was due, and I got locked out of Novus Agenda, so I couldn't do anything, and that we kind of did it over the phone. So he knows what he put down there more than, that's right, with the help of Lauren. The swimming pool contract at Camp Spencer Park is with Trident. We had a 3-year contract with them. It ends this year. Some of you are aware, I can make the others aware, that we had some issues over the last couple of years with lifeguards, just like everybody else in the nation. It wasn't just us. But we did have a lot of issues, and we're not thrilled with the outcome, but it was better than nothing. There were a couple of good things that came out of with the COVID and the pool, in that we had select hours that you could come instead of just come whenever, and you registered online, so you knew that you could get in, because there were reduced numbers that were allowed in the pool at the time, but with COVID regulations. So we've kept that after those regulations went away. We've dropped some of the hours as well, because we didn't have lifeguards. We don't have people coming, and people couldn't rely on, is the pool open today? Is the pool not? Do I have to look at Facebook to see if the pool's going to be open? Do I have to look at the county website to see if the pool's open? So in working with them, they sent us an amendment to the contract, increasing the price, just like everything else, based on insurance, based on chemicals, based on travel, based on fuel. All of the above, and then some probably. And we were not real thrilled with that either. But in dealing with them, we looked at some alternatives, shortening the season. Instead of opening up Memorial Day and going to Labor Day, we looked at when school was out until school started back, because that was the majority of the use anyway. And previously, or the current contract, it opens Memorial Day, and it's only open on the weekends until school is out, and then it's open 7 days a week. And then when school goes back in, it goes back to the weekends only. So what we were looking at, and gave them to give us a proposal that would hopefully be a less of an increase, was when school was out, and then when school started back is the only time we would be open, 10 to 3 Monday through Friday, and 10 to 7 on the weekends. So that reduced our cost. I don't even remember what the original was, but that reduced it down to a $14,000 increase versus what we have in the current contract, and what the proposed increase would be.
Original is $68,822.
But how much more is what I was saying.
We were requesting $82,168. For the same service, $82,168.
Right. Right. So that's where we are at this point. And a couple things that we would like to, I guess, make known is Jacob Wintick, who is the park manager at Camp Spencer, has worked with Trident in trying to help ensure that lifeguards will be available. Have you heard an update more recent than about 3 weeks ago when I talked to him.
Currently, they are promising service, which we hope is the case, so we can have consistent service provided to the patrons.
The Boys and Girls Club uses the pool, obviously, you know, the park belongs to the Boys and Girls Club, or the facility belongs to the Boys and Girls Club, and they use it daily. We have 60 slots reserved every hour, and the hours that we're proposing would fall into their timeline without any issues. We have two things that we need to request that aren't on here. One is that the Board of Commissioners contingency fund is where we'd like that $14,000 to come from, if at all possible, and that we have the county manager to sign the new amended agreement.
So now what happens whenever there is not a lifeguard for that particular day? How does that affect the contract?
Well, we had to get the county attorney, we had Mr. Goldberg and Trident, and we met with them and reduced the amount that we were supposed to pay them. We get billed monthly. So it reduced the amount that we paid them.
Okay. In the previous?
Yes.
In the previous year? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I understand they're probably having trouble, but, you know, still, I want to make certain that we're not paying for something that
Right, oh,
we're
no.
not getting, you know.
And they still continued with the pool maintenance.
Okay.
And they still are, they're doing it now. They do anytime there's a piece of equipment, in the pool room, the pump room that needs to be replaced, they take care of that. They've got their own maintenance folks. They do the permit inspection from the Health Alliance. They take care of pretty much everything. They even clean the bathrooms daily while they're there, yes.
This one says the Boys and Girls Club has been allowed to continue pool use with their own lifeguards. And when does that happen?
When we didn't have lifeguards
Oh,
available,
yeah.
then they, instead of
year.
penalizing them, yes.
Okay.
Actually, the last 2 years, and
But as a normal course, they use it?
Yes.
These 60 slots you reserve, the same lifeguards, et cetera?
yeah, and they're only in there, those hours that I talked about after school is out and when school until school starts back in.
Right.
So it doesn't cut any of their time out. And we have an agreement that the attorneys drew up.
Now, whenever the Boys and Girls Club are using this during their summer program, is a regular citizen allowed to use the pool at the same time?
Yes, that's why we reserved those 60 slots
Okay.
for them.
Okay.
How many slots are available on a daily basis? Working on them?
125 to 150, depending, and it could hold more, but it's a septic system and sewer, so that's limited.
So you're roughly looking at 50 spaces available when Boys and Girls Club are fully utilizing their slotted amount.
We try not to have too many in there, just for safety's sake. And our contract, which you've got a copy of it there, the contract has the number of lifeguards, the time of day, and how many we have to have. And that, a couple of times, they had one lifeguard and wanted us to reduce the number of people that could come in that day. We're like, no. It's not safe. So that's where we are.
And you are requesting action on this tonight?
Yes.
And just real quick on the motion, I think we need to amend it to include the typical subject to review and revisions by the county attorney. Because just looking at the agreement, I think we're going to want to address Commissioner Meismer's point about what happens if they don't have a lifeguard available. It currently says if the pool is shut down for more than 10 consecutive days, we would be entitled to a refund, and I think we need to amend that.
I believe it only speaks to inclement weather.
Yeah.
Not
So we'll want to add that language in there.
Okay, do I hear a motion to suspend the rules of procedure?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. That motion passes. And I would entertain a motion to approve the necessary budget amendment, increasing Camp Spencer's pool contract by $14,000 and approve associated contract amendments subject to the review and revision by the county manager and county attorney.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Do we need to specify where that budget amendment goes to, or is that covered in that language?
It's attached to the agenda.
Okay, great. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion, did you say no? Oh, okay. Just want to get it on the official record, so that's 5 yeses. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, 4.2, appointments to boards and committees. And you all have a copy of that in your agenda, and I think you also received that by email earlier. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? If not, it will go on our consent agenda. We move to item 4.3, allocation of bottle tax for rehabilitation, and Rodney's going to talk about that one.
So we receive in the neighborhood of $80,000 annually that comes from a surcharge that is added to every bottle of liquor sold at an ABC store. I believe it's 5 cents per bottle. That $80,000 has to be earmarked for rehabilitation services. And so this agenda item, as required by the statute, is for you to set out how those funds will be used. Historically, we have sent that over to the LME MCO. So it had gone over to Cardinal for many years. Now that we've switched to partners, we want to make sure the board has said that is your current intent for us to submit those funds over to partners. And then the fill in the blank exercise is what you want those funds to be used for. And so you could see some examples. It could go towards alcoholism, substance abuse, education. We just need a board consensus on what you would like to see the funds used for so that we can communicate that to partners and then have their reporting reflect that.
And what did our previous agreement say the funds were to be used for?
I do not know. I wasn't able to find it.
Rodney just said, I
Yeah.
don't have it in front of me either, but it was very similar to that. It was for the opioid or drug overdose and alcoholic abuse or
Yeah.
overdose.
Personally, I would like to see it worded, I mean, partners is going to have a better handle on where the programs that they have that would be relevant. So my position, I wouldn't want to tie their hands too much on that.
I agree with that.
We could probably just put rehabilitation services.
Yes.
And that would
Yeah,
probably be all
that
encompassing.
could encompass education and a number of,
Yeah, because the statute guides the broad categories in education.
yeah. So do we have consensus on that? Okay. Very good. Okay, we will move to item 4.4, Cabarrus Rowan Community Health Center funding request. And I think we have Mr. Don Holloman with us to talk about that issue.
And while he's making his way up, I will give you just an ARPA update because it's relevant to this discussion and what you heard earlier from Ed around CCM's additional $1 million that they're requesting. So as of today, we have roughly $775,000 unallocated. We have requests that far exceed that. So we have the request you'll hear tonight. We have the request from CCM for an additional $1 million, which obviously we don't have enough resources to cover that full amount. I recently received a request from the Allen Volunteer Fire Department for $700,000, which that in and of itself would probably trigger other requests from volunteer fire departments. So we do have a lot of demand out there and limited resources at present. So I will turn it over to Mr. Altman.
Thank you very much. Be on this now. Sorry, I had to stretch before I came over. But I appreciate your time. What I want to do is just give you a little bit of background for those who know who we are. We are a federally qualified community health center, and for those who don't, just want to bring you up to speed on who we are and just kind of talk about this expanding safety net proposal that we are putting forth in front of the commissioners. I'll try to be as brief as possible. There we go. All right. What Cabarrus Rowan Community Health Center. First and foremost, before I start, let me first introduce myself. My name is Don Holloman. I'm the CEO of Cabarrus Rowan Community Health Centers. I brought with me my CFO, Will Thompson. in the back, and we bring you greetings on behalf of Robert Freeman, who's our board chairman, LeBar Barrier, who's left us, but he was one of our founding members, and patients, staff, and the community of 125 professionals who provide services at Cabarrus Rowan Community Health Centers, okay? We are a federally qualified health center that was founded in 2006. We provide high quality of care regardless of ability to pay. We're governed by a community board, and like I said, Robert Freeman is our board chair, and Lamar Barrier was one of our founding members. We are one of the few community health centers in the country to have a bronze medal of quality, which means that we are one of 30%. There's 1,500 community health centers in the country, and we are one of 30% that have a bronze medal. It means it's the quality of care that you're going to get, the comprehensive quality of care when you walk into our doors. It's actually in your backyard at Cabarrus Rowan Community Health Center. So that's something to really be proud of what we're delivering in our community. Our goal is just to positively impact the health of our communities one patient at a time. Our vision: we partner, we integrate, we focus on service, diversity, respect, integrity, innovation, and quality. Now, the services that we provide are pretty vast. We provide primary care, which focuses on primary care services, adult medicine, pediatric care, immunization, chronic disease management. The last 2 years, we've been knee-deep in COVID, okay? Literally, the last 2 years, we provided 30,000 rapid testing tests to the Cabarrus community and over 5,000 vaccines and did not charge anybody a cent. Okay. We also provide dental services, behavioral health services. We've actually expanded our counseling and treatment, our psychiatric, and our substance abuse services over the last year. And we offer specialty services, which include mammography, imaging, pharmacy, that's coming soon. Our mobile unit, you've probably seen our mobile unit up and down around the county. Our mobile unit is providing primary care and is providing COVID testing and COVID vaccines. We also have a homeless clinic, care coordination, and referral management. Now, we also provide additional services. We also provide health coaching, medication assistance. A lot of our patients do not have insurance, so we have to assist them with getting the medication that they need to continue to move forward with a productive life. And we also have certified application specialists for those individuals who are uninsured and may not qualify for Medicaid, but they're what we call the working poor, that can actually afford some type of marketplace type of insurance. We have application counselors that help enroll those individuals. Just a little bit of information about us. Last year alone, we saw almost 16,000 patients, which pretty much came out to about almost 50,000 encounters right in your backyard. 78% of our patient population are adults. Right at about 13% are peds. Now, 50% of our patient population are uninsured. Another 20% is on Medicaid, which means 70% of our patient population is below the federal poverty guidelines, which means that we're going to provide services to them regardless of ability to pay. Now, in our network of clinics, we also have a public housing clinic in our Logan community. We also have a homeless clinic up in Rowan County. We have a migrant clinic in Rowan County. Our flagship location is in Concord, which is right on McGill Avenue. And then we have three other clinics, one in China Grove, one in Spencer, and one in Salisbury. As I said, last year alone, we provided over almost 16,000 patients with services, which accumulated almost 52,000 encounters. We provided $3.4 million in uncompensated care. And when that's uncompensated care, what we say is that's when that patient walked in, no matter if they could pay or not, we wrote the service off and provided the service to that individual. It came out to roughly about $320 per encounter for an uninsured individual that walked through our door. Like I said, we provided almost 30,000, well now it's almost 30,000 COVID tests, rapid tests, and we were one of the first with the health department in the community 2 years ago to be doing rapid testing. We were working with the Salvation Army, Opportunity House, and several local churches, taking our mobile unit out to the community to provide those testings and those vaccines. On several occasions, we're walking out, closing the clinic down, we get a call from the Salvation Army. They got a family of 5, a family of 8 that need to get tested or they can't have housing. We're pulling the mobile unit over there and testing them and getting them service. Let's see. As I said before, all of our locations, and we're consistently growing. So, what we're here to talk about briefly today. What we are proposing is a request to the county commissioners to consider our proposal to expand our safety net services for the residents of Cabarrus County. What we find, one of the major issues is barrier to access. And it's a very general statement, but what does that really mean? We deal with a lot of individuals who do not have insurance. They are the working poor. They work every day, but they just can't afford health insurance. That's where we come in. We also deal with barriers to access where people don't have the transportation to get to where we are, so we pay for vouchers. We have a mobile unit now that goes into those communities. And what we also see is individuals, there's just not enough providers. Cabarrus County is growing rapidly. They say over almost 200 individuals almost a day move to this area. And the area has grown in size from where it was 4 years ago. But the number of providers have not. Out of the 30 providers that I've had to recruit them from all over the country to bring them to Cabarrus County. So even those providers that we do have is still not meeting the need. So we are requesting these funds to allow us to staff up another 8 positions within our organization to be able to see another 2,000 individuals within this county to provide them with medical, dental, behavioral health, and ancillary services in an area where they would not be able to receive it. Like I said, we have just launched substance abuse treatment. We have 3 psychiatrists that are providing services. Our nominal fee for psychiatrists is $20. I don't know where you can go to speak to a psychiatrist for $20. My wife is one, and she charges me more than that. So I'll say all this to say that, we are proposing to the county commissioners, if it's within your budget, to request for $500,000. We truly believe that we'll be able to benefit our staff, to be able to provide staff that focuses on medical, dental, and mental health services into the tune of an additional 8 full-time staff or part-time staff that will directly impact closing the gap in access to care for the medically underserved residents of Cabarrus County. And I will be more than happy to answer any questions, comments, or concerns that you have. I try to keep it as brief as possible. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Mr. Holloman?
Are you making any requests to the Rowan County Board of Commissioners as well?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and how much are you asking from them?
We're waiting for them to get back to us.
Okay, in one of your slides there, you said that close to 5,000 people had received services. Is that what I understood you to say?
Oh, no, we have over 16,000 patients.
Yeah, I seen the 5,000 somewhere. in
That
there.
was for vaccination services.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And another slide was about $320 per person that come through there.
Correct. For our uninsured patient, it usually costs us $320 to be able to provide services to them.
Yeah, and that's not vaccines or anything like that. That's just services in general.
That's just the cost of care for them.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, and you're asking us for 500,000.
Yes.
And you haven't learned from Rowan yet, but what's going to be your budget? What's going to be your total budget for this?
As an organization or for this project?
Well, for this project that you're talking about.
For this project, we were going to commit that $500,000 to focus on the Cabarrus County clinics to be able to provide direct services to the patient population. We're looking at getting providers, direct service individuals who are going to be providing those services. So there is no pretty much overhead. It's going to direct salaries of those nurses, LCSWs, CMAs, dentists who are providing services to the residents of Cabarrus County.
Thank you.
No
Do you
problem.
have set days that you go out in these communities where it's advertised so that they know that you're going to be there?
Yes, we do. We actually promote on our website. We were promoting on the Health Alliance website and all the health departments' websites. Currently, we are working with Opportunity House. We're there every Monday. We're with the Salvation Army, with the Center for Hope. We're working with them as well. It kind of fluctuates based off of need, but we are literally those 2 days a week. We are at Opportunity House and we are at the Salvation Army. In addition to every third Saturday, we're at Love and Feast in the square, in addition to several churches in the community that we provide services to. So we have a monthly mobile unit calendar for any residents or any agencies. They just contact us, we put them on the calendar, and we come to them.
And you don't turn them down, whether they can pay or not.
We do not. We do not. I have my CFO here, who keeps.
Correct. We are obligated to deliver those services regardless of ability to pay. So that is correct.
That's correct.
Sir.
I'll say, as you're aware, I came down to your facility and took a tour, and I was, or the facility on McGill, and I was impressed with, what I've seen and your staff, and, seeing the, I guess, clients in there that, were taking advantage of the services, and, I'm not sure that we can commit to the whole 500,000, but, like I said, I think you guys, do a good job, and I was very impressed, so.
Thank you.
I would just like to echo Commissioner Meismer's comments. I, too, also came and saw you in your facility and went back a second time, and there were several people in the waiting room, I'm assuming, I don't know, but they sounded awful, seasonal allergies, colds, things like that. It seemed like, there's quite a few people in there that were seeking services. And I do appreciate everything you do, and I really like the mobile unit component to it because it's hitting areas in our community where people just either don't have transportation funds or anything like that, that you go to them, and that speaks volumes for what you do, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have visited your facility several times.
Thank you.
Two questions.
Sure.
Number one, did you guys apply during the initial round of funding?
We did not.
Why not?
We didn't know about it.
Okay. And so, and this is one-time money. So if you're able to fill these positions, how are you going to sustain that?
Sure. Based off our payer mix. We still have a 20% Medicaid, a 20% private insurance, and a 10% Medicare patient mix. That would allow us the capital. This seed money allows us to be able to get the staff hired, to generate the revenue in year one, to be able to offset the salaries in years 2 and beyond.
Okay. And then I guess the other question, Rodney, you said we had 700,000.
775,000.
Yeah. And so the list of recipients of those funds that have not spent any of their funds yet, they have until what date to do that?
We have given them until June 30th of 2024.
Okay. So they've got over a year. Right. And so what happens to those funds if they are not spent by that time?
So we will have 6 months to obligate them. So between June 30th of next year and December of that year, we have to choose where those
To
funds are
reallocate.
going to reallocate
Yeah,
them.
okay.
And then the spending deadline will still be the December 31st, 2026 date.
Yeah.
All funds will
Okay.
have to have been
So that's kind of a safety valve for us. if-
Correct.
If people have not done what they promised to do. Okay.
Following up on Chairman Morris's comment, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but how much do you anticipate? I mean, we've seen some of the numbers. What are your thoughts on how much we're going to see that is not going to be utilized?
We feel confident it will be significant. We just don't know how much. And obviously, any organization, when you have made an award to them, they get reluctant to talk about potentially having to give some of it back. But I think that's going to be the reality many of them will face.
Okay. And have any of them, I don't remember off the top of my head, even started anything or spent any of it? I mean, is there organizations out there that have not touched a dime?
Not many.
Not many.
The ones that haven't are ones that we've been actively working with. So HRM Health is an example where they've been working through the process of getting their construction documents in order to be able to do the behavioral health holding unit. But the others have spent at least something. They're just not spending at the pace that is going to spend all the
anticipated
dollars we gave them.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Okay, we move to item 4.5, supplemental agreement for additional opioid funds. Mike and Rich.
Yeah, well, I'll start off and then Rich can follow in with the legal side of it. As you know, in the past, we received a grant from the settlements of the opioid issues. So this is the second round of that. So we are, and the state and NCACC is once again wants to extend that or to want us to join that original agreement. Whereas the money will funnel through the state, through the association, and to us as before, the same formula. We don't know what the upcoming award will be, but they have settled with several more defendants, Walmart, Teva Pharmaceuticals, Allergen Finance, Allergen Limited, CVS Health Corporation, CVS Pharmacy, and Walgreens. And as well as some of their associated affiliates. So they are asking us, again, this was a ask, if you remember correctly, they were wanting all 100 counties to sign on to this. They think that, well, they proved that by having a concerted effort, that we were able to gain more funds and get them quicker. So to date, the original settlement or award to us was going to be about $10.7 million. We've received about 1.4 of that so far, and gives that 10.7 we're allowed to, well, we're supposed to spend it over an 18-year period. So depending on what they give us each year and the allotment that they give us each year. So the first year was 1.4 million. Not quite sure, they've not announced what this one will be, but they've have the NCACC and the state Attorney General's office is asking us to sign on to this again as well, so that they can go back and show that it's a concerted effort of all 100 counties requesting it. Now,
So you said 1.4 million, that is over the 18-year period.
That's all we've received so far.
No, we
But
get,
we haven't received,
it is 18 years on that first
Yeah.
wave, but we've gotten 1.4.
gotten 1.4
I think it's
so
it's a
far.
little over
Yes.
10 million for that
For the
wave.
total,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we receive, moving forward, it'll be annual payments, but at the front end, there were a couple of payments early on, so that's the 1.4 million. It'll level out to be about $400,000 to $500,000 a year that we receive from the initial allocation, and then this additional one would be on top of that.
So same process, same agreement, this is just adding on to, or.
It is, it's additional defendants. Just to go back and give you a little bit of background, Cabarrus County was one of the counties that decided to file a lawsuit against all these manufacturers and distributors and these retail pharmacies that were basically in the distribution chain for these opioids. And, you know, there were probably, you know, I'm trying to think of how many lawsuits there were around the country. It wasn't just in North Carolina. It was, you know, every state. And a lot of different municipalities and a lot of counties. And they collected all those lawsuits in the federal court up in Cleveland, Ohio. And so they were trying to deal with all of them together. And that's how they've been able to work out these global settlements, is because all the lawsuits were put together. So the first round that we were just talking about was the three big distributors of opioids, and one of the manufacturers, Johnson & Johnson, are one of their subsidiaries. So that was the first round, what they're calling the first wave. And the way it was handled in North Carolina is not the same as every state. They took the money was basically divided 15% to the state and 85% locally. So basically that was a good result for the counties and the cities. That was worked out by NCACC, so they were very involved in that, negotiating with the Attorney General as to how to divide that up. Now, in the second wave, it's being handled in the same percentages. So it'll be 15% to the state and 85% to the local governments. And basically, in our situation, all the money that would have otherwise gone to Kannapolis and Concord comes to the county to be distributed through the county. So we're the only one receiving those benefits here in our area. Now, this group of defendants are all the major retail pharmacies. You can see that in the materials, and then a couple of the other manufacturers. And so this is the second wave. It's not going to be as large as the first one, but it'll still result in 7 figures to Cabarrus County, from what I understand. So it'll be, it won't, like I say, it won't be as large, but it'll be a significant amount of money. And this isn't all that there is. There are actually a couple of manufacturers that are in bankruptcy. You've heard of Purdue Pharma, who's the biggest one. And so that's going to be something separate. There's another one, Mallinckrodt, and I think the third one is Teva, that are all in bankruptcy, but there'll be some money coming out of those. And then there's some other defendants that as well that just haven't settled. So this is going to be the second wave, as I said. It'll be, I say a significant amount of money, and probably what's left won't amount to as much, but there'll be more coming in. But basically, what this resolution says is that you have to affirmatively agree to accept the money, and they want to make sure, as Mike said, that all 100 counties, accept it, so that they know that they can go forward with paying the money. Because if they don't get a significant amount of acceptances from all the entities that filed lawsuits, then there'd be no reason for them to settle. The matter would still be open in other parts of the country. So they have, it doesn't have to be 100%, but there's a percentage at which the agreement, the overall national agreement, says that they will go forward. So that's basically what we're dealing with here. It's just, as Mike said, it's really more of the same as we did the first time. And our deadline on this, and the reason it's on to be handled in March, is the deadline nationally is April 18th.
I guess the only other difference to the first settlement only included attorney fees for the national firms, and this one will allow, this will set aside some of that lump sum, some of it will be for local attorneys as well.
And the way that works is we hired a national firm. It was a series of national firms, but you had to have one local attorney, and I'm not talking about in Cabarrus County, but just someone with the North Carolina law license that was part of that group that would that could file the lawsuit in the state, because our main attorneys are actually based in Wisconsin, but there is that little, but it's a pretty small amount, Mike.
Right. Yeah.
And it still leaves an attorney's fee issue open, but we'll deal with that later. We don't have to deal with it now. We just need to get signed up. But you'll be hearing about that in the future. I was involved in a conference call last week, and all the details from that conference call were supposed to have been sent to us, but I haven't received them yet. Otherwise, I could give you some more details on this particular settlement. But the main thing is that we want to get it on your agenda so we can certainly make the deadline.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. I know this has been going on for a long time, but why are the doctors who were prescribing these not held responsible? Because, pharmacy gets the prescription. They're just filling what the doctor's orders, right?
I'm not really sure lately, I mean, that was something that was kind of decided at the very beginning, that to try to name all of them, would make the lawsuit really cumbersome. And so it was just easier, I guess, in terms of handling the lawsuits and trying to get the settlements to go after the manufacturers, the distributors, and the retail pharmacies. And I know it doesn't, I can see where, I agree with you. In fact, I think there was the feeling that a lot of these doctors might be judgment-proof, or at least the amount that you could get out of them would be so much smaller, and you'd be chasing, a whole lot of extra defendants. There were also, since you brought that up, I'm trying to think of what they called them. There were these doctors that were hired by the manufacturers and distributors to go around and talk up, the use of these opioids. And there was some talk about going after them too. But apparently, from what I remember from a couple years ago, they were saying that most of those ones that they thought that they could go after just didn't have the assets that made it worth it. So it's kind of been, I guess, managed in such a way to go after the people that would be able to produce the most money in a settlement. So I think that's about the only way I can explain it.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a money grab to me.
Well, it kind of is, but we had to put together I'm trying to think of what they called it. We had to get all of our expenses that we had spent on opioid from the sheriff's department, from EMS, and from the Health Alliance. We had to submit that as part of, so they could see how much was being spent here to try to deal with this problem.
Well,
So
right. I mean, I agree it's a problem, and it's cost the taxpayers a lot of money, but, and I know that, I know you're not in charge of, going after this group, but it just a comment. It just seems odd going after the pharmacies who just fill the prescriptions that the doctors order, but.
It was based on whose pocket was the deepest, I guess.
Yeah, and watch the Netflix documentary, Dope Sick. Dope Sick. And it explains in great detail the collusion between the manufacturers and the pharmacies and the sales reps, and not to say the doctors weren't, but in a lot of instances, they were somewhat deceived. This is safe, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that might have a little something.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah.
There's actually a panel discussion that they're showing on C-SPAN that actually ran yesterday afternoon. That one of the panelists was the woman who wrote Dope Sick.
She was also a speaker at our annual conference for the association this past summer, and she's written a second book.
Mhm. Called Lazarus Rising.
Yep.
Just one quick question. Mike, do you know what the formula is that the association is using to distribute these funds? Have we
don't have it
have
with
we
me, but we
seen
can get that.
anything?
Yes, it's actually attached to the original agreement, what we call the North Carolina agreement, which divides the money 85% locally and 15% to the state. There was a list of all the counties, and it gave your percentage. And your percentage of that 85% was based on what we turned in terms of the amounts we'd had to be spending on this issue. So it varies from county to county, but it's a set percentage of that. And it'll be the same percentage for the second wave as it was for the first.
We can get you that spreadsheet.
Well, I mean, I know it had to be some type of a formula because you take a county as big as Cabarrus, we obviously spend more
sure.
money than the western or the eastern counties. And so I figured it either had to be on per capita or based on our expense. And so either way, I don't know that we're gonna recover any gain from it other than recovering expenses to the tune 60-70% maybe of
Yeah,
what we
it's
spent.
not really, well, it's recovering expenses or using it for treatment, for future
Yeah,
treatment
so
of those that
really
were
it's-
impacted.
it's not like we
And PPE for our.
got a
public safety.
windfall, but it's just helping us recover and
Sure.
do substance abuse and all of that for the
Right.
future, so. It's a good thing, but
Yeah, so
it
this
sure
this
don't
would be
cover it all though.
money that our mental health providers could use, public safety departments for additional equipment, training, that kind of stuff.
Okay, any other questions? Very good, we'll move to item 4.6, Mondo Track Change Order. Rodney.
Somehow my name got on this one. So the CVB was here last month to allocate $1.5 million of their funding coming through the county to do a Mondo track at J.M. Robinson High School. Since that time, they have identified some additional items that is going to require an additional $50,000. So this item is simply allocating that additional $50,000 so that they can do the project. So it'll be $1,550,000 coming from the CVB to the county, and we will fund the project on behalf of the school system.
Okay, any questions on that one? Okay, from EMS, they have patiently waited. Race car grant funds.
Well, thank you for recognizing the patience, and this should be quick and relatively painless. As of July 1st of last year, we signed on and are participating in a race cars cardiac arrest grant that is funded. If you've got specifics on what the trial is, Specialty Services Captain Kara Clark will be glad to answer those. She was agreed to join me this evening. But what it is, we are funded for some of it's basically our cardiac arrest data that we were already collecting. There was a few data points that they wanted that we didn't do previously, but it is a funded grant or a funded research project that we have to date or have received $12,000 for, and it was deposited or it went into a line item at the county that we can't use it. We've got a budget amendment to move it to an area where we can. And what we're going to spend it on is, or our intent to spend it is on more equipment to teach CPR. Teaching 10% of the population is one of the goals of this grant. And to do that number, we obviously have to boast our equipment to do that. So if you've got specifics on that, but it's simply just moving the $12,000 that we have received into a EMS specific line item where we can spend it to purchase some CPR equipment.
Questions on that one?
Just one question.
Sure.
It looks like you're purchasing two of the pieces of equipment needed to demonstrate that.
Is that we would have four, 2 4-packs of mannequins, so 8 total mannequins, and that would allocate us to do 2 PR events at a time. So there's also a line item that there's 2 tents available for festivals and stuff like that. We've seen that our schedule is going to be quite hefty with PR events and stuff like that, so we want to make sure that we can go to 2 locations at once.
Okay, but that, sorry, that so that's a 2-pack, so there's 2 2-packs, is that?
I believe so,
From
yes.
Bound Street?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was understanding that right.
No, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
What's race cars?
Race cars is, and thank you, that's a good question that I left out, a randomized cluster evaluation of cardiac arrest systems. And obviously, as was exemplified Thursday night 2 weeks ago, we have one to be very proud of. And the data points that they were wanting was basically what we were already keeping with the addition of some small ones. So it's truthfully some funding that was of no additional effort on our part, and we were excited to participate in.
Questions? Okay, thank
you.
you very much. All right, we move to 4.8 from Finance, audit contract for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Welcome, Jim Howden.
Good evening, Commissioners. The local government commission requires that the board annually approve the audit contract for the upcoming year. We have a contract with Martin Starnes and Associates, and that copy is in your packet. for $66,860 to do our audit, our June 30th, 2023 audit. And the motion is for the approval of the audit contract and to authorize the chairman, Lauren, can we change that, not the county manager, to execute the agreement on behalf of the board, subject to review or revision by the county attorney. I'll take any questions.
So they submitted a 3-year bid?
Yes.
So
Even though they submit a 3-year bid, I still need to bring this to you every year.
And we have no option. We have to do it. We could just shop around to another vendor if we wanted. Well, we can't even do that because we've entered in a 3-year contract.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Any questions?
The LGC, for whatever reason, just makes, so you're aware of the contract, you have an option to review
Yeah.
it.
So the 66,000, is that the cost annually or for the 3 years?
Annually,
Annually.
yes. And it was the same cost, same price as last year. It did not go up.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll move to 4.9, ARPA Budget Amendment and CARES Relief Fund Special Revenue Project Ordinance.
It's a mouthful.
So we've talked a little bit tonight about the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. The American Rescue Plan Act allows for the county to set aside funds for administrative costs. What we do with that is we have folks that monitor, track, and report on all the expenditures that we do and all of our subrecipients do. When we originally did the budget, we did it through fiscal year 2026. As Mr. Harris pointed out, the funding actually goes through December 31st, 2026, which is fiscal year 2027. So for that reason, plus COLA, merit, increases in retirement, we just have a budget amendment and a project ordinance to adjust the administrative costs to compensate for those additional 6 months.
Questions on that item? All right, thank you. Next, 4.10, grant acceptance and budget amendment.
I guess I'm doing this one since Rodney had to do the other one. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Division of Mental Health, Development, Disabilities, and Substance Abuse Services has provided Cabarrus County a direct financial assistance grant of $1 million. This money will be used as part of our SUN project to support families impacted by substance abuse. So we are asking the board to accept the $1 million and the corresponding budget amendment to accept those funds.
And just so there's no confusion, this is in addition to a state-directed grant of $1 million to the SUN program. So this will make for a total of $2 million for that program. And I know we've got Ann Benfield and Gina Hobart in here if you have any questions about the SUN program in particular, now that they've waited all this time.
We really should ask some sort of question. Yeah. So can you figure out a way to spend this additional $1 million?
Yeah, you want me to speak up here? So we have 3 options. We can, through legislative action, sorry, let me touch something. Oh, how fancy. Yes, so we have 3 options. We can extend the amount of time that we have to use these funds until June 30th, 2024 through legislative action. So we asked Matt Gross, who is our liaison to the OMB office, to make sure some federal funds you can do that with, some you can't. So this is from funding that we can do that, and so we're working with legislators to do that. Option 2 is you are allowed to do carryover with this funding as well. I think that with the argument that we were notified in February, even though we were allocated in July, that we would have some time to spend it past the June 30th, 2023 deadline to be able to spend the additional funding. Worst case scenario is we invest as much as we can responsibly until that June 30th, 2023 deadline, and then any unused funds do get reverted back to the state I made sure to ask, does that get then reverted back to the federal government, or does it get reinvested back to the state? It does go back to the state SAMHSA fund, so it is able to get reallocated somehow to North Carolina for some other substance use disorder kind of project next year or the following year. So those would be the three options that we can do.
Any other questions? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. We're excited.
Thank you for patiently waiting.
Okay, we move to 4.11. Request for permission to temporarily display public art at historic courthouse front porch. Mr. Art, Kyle Billifer.
Good evening. It's actually Mr. handles the lease for the tenants in that space versus Mr. Public Art. So the Arts Council, who is the largest tenant of the historic courthouse, has approached us, and their request is attached as an attachment to the agenda item. They've made a request to temporarily display and install a piece of art on the front porch of the historic courthouse. The current lease does not specifically address this type of display. The attached document provides a narrative both on the intent and logistics of the display, as well as a narrative on the piece of art. So I will tell you this, they currently have banners on their front porch, and we do work with them on those banners because they're installed to the structure. And they basically want to just remove one of the banners and display a LED light piece of art, and there's a long narrative. I believe it fits into the theme of liminal from the artist. They want to display that, and I've actually seen some of those around Concord, so I don't know if that's part of the display, but it's just temporary because the same artist that's putting it out on the front porch is also doing the display inside the historic courthouse. We've never had a request for anything like this. That's why I'm putting it in front of the board, because the lease specifically does not deal with it. Probably when we renew the lease, we will start to have that discussion. They typically, if the Arts Council puts anything outside the building, it's when they're doing their walkthroughs or they're having an event that night, not something that's displayed for several months. Infrastructure and Asset Management doesn't have an issue with it. There is an exterior outlet, a locked exterior outlet that we can utilize. We did run that outlet for the future exterior lighting of the building, that project that'll take place after the 1975 courthouse is renovated. So I did let the Arts Council know that while they could do this now, that in the future, they wouldn't have that electrical ability to be able to plug in, because there's only so many circuits coming from that building. So this would need for the board to kind of make a motion to allow this, and then we would obviously go to the regular meeting and vote on it. And I would work with the Arts Council on making sure that everything gets in place correctly.
Very much in favor of it. It's like some similar displays that this same artist has done up and down Union Street. I think she currently has some on McGill Avenue as well. And I think Southern Strain Brewery, that mill is where the blue glass came from, out of those windows. So it's a pretty neat thing.
I just have a quick question. Kyle, this is gonna have to get bolted down similarly to Rotary Square?
No. Sort of, but there's a thing, or there's something there to already do it. So the way that those banners hang down right now, we have a concrete form that we put there where they bolt into so that the banner doesn't flap. And they're going to put it right on that. I told them I'd work with them on all of that. Yeah, I didn't deem anything financially restrictive to the county. They also have a COI as a tenant, so if somebody decides to do something with that, it won't be on the county. Really, it's just specifically that the lease does not talk about exterior displays of art.
Any other questions? Okay, 4.12, Rob Wallace Park Veterans Memorial Flagpole Lighting Discussion.
Okay, so I'm gonna be a little bit longer than the last one. So County staff has been in communications with the town of Midland since the failure of the solar light that lit the flags at the Veterans Memorial Site at Rob Wallace Park. The county has met with Duke Energy, as has the town of Midland. After discussions, the county feels that the best option to light the flags moving forward would require an electrical panel and the running of underground conduit. The county staff can install this equipment at the cost of the town of Midland, but the town of Midland requested that we waive the permit fees that the county would pay for the electric work. Based on the current permit fee schedule, the permit fees are anticipated to be around $111.12. The town of Midland has been provided a different option from Duke Energy, and staff will discuss that as well, and I'll go into the details of that in a second. County staff will also provide updates from the town of Midland in relations to the current agreement in place in relation to the flagpole at the monument. And I will highlight these options. So that aerial probably does it the most justice. The yellow circle is the memorial. The red circle is the pole where the electric would come in. Myself and Michael Miller and our electrician met with Duke Energy down there about the options. And we met with 2 engineers, and we felt the options were either trying to put a light fixture up on the pole to illuminate the flags, or to put a service down at the bottom and run underground electric through the sidewalk to have lights up to shine up at the flag. The current lights that they have there are solar, and per the agreement or the responsibility of the town of Midland. And I think they've lost a couple sets, and I mean, they've died, the technology's died. And obviously, something is needed moving forward in terms of, I don't think that they want to keep on replacing lights. So when we met with the Duke engineers, they expressed concern about being able to get enough light cast on that, but also the fact that they felt that it would cause some sort of possible light pollution to the next door neighbor. They said they would highly recommend against it, and they didn't think that they could get it approved. And I did bring that information back to the town of Midland manager, Doug Paris, and said the Duke engineers we're talking to aren't in favor of this, and these are the reasons in terms of putting the light up there. I believe that the town has their own dealings with Duke, because I imagine all of their streetlights and things like that. So I know they did not talk to the 2 engineers that I did. I got the impression that Duke would allow the town of Midland to put that in there, to put that light on there, and just add it to the services they already pay. So those were the 2 options. So the numbers that I really crunched were for doing the service, because that would be something that we could do in-house. And I came up with a cost of $3,611.12 in materials and an estimated $1,100.52 in labor, and we would do it all in-house. And really what I'm looking for guidance from the board is, how would you like me to move forward with this? There's several different scenarios. The town is only asked that we waive the permit fee. And in complete transparency, they have waived permit fees for the county in the past, with one of the parts of Rob Wallace Park Phase 1 and a fee for a signage on the town of Midland, on the town of Midland Library, the library branch in Midland that's on the building that they lease. So there is some precedence from that, and I went back and forth with the town of Midland on that. As you know, when we, at the county and infrastructure and asset management, if we put in electric service, we pay all the permit fees. We pay for everything. We don't waive anything for ourselves in any way. And I wasn't comfortable with that. But I don't have an issue if the board wants us to work out something where we do the labor costs and don't charge the town of Midland, but we charge them for the materials, for the panel. And then there's obviously the ongoing charge of the electricity to the lights and the replacement of the lights. So right now, the town of Midland is responsible for all of that. If we put this in, we're assuming that responsibility. So there's a lot of different scenarios. Is it we ask the town of Midland to pay for everything up front, and then we assume all the electrical costs and replacement costs moving forward, or is that vice versa? So I'm kind of open for discussion. Or is there no discussion? It's just that the town of Midland would need to pay for all of it, and then we would assume just the service.
I got a question. The flags are put, they're raised every day and lowered, is that correct?
No, during inclement weather, like tornadoes and things like that, we would take them down. But no, if they're lit, they stay up.
Okay, so if it's, okay. Now, how about at the office of the?
The office does not have electric. We have it it's in the project ledger for this coming year to run electric. The reason for the issue is we have to cross about 4 different, not primary lines, but 4 different lines to come from around the building to that front flagpole.
So the flag in front of the office is raised and lowered?
Every single day, correct.
And
The
so
one that's
they're-
right outside the front main office, yes.
And they're doing that the same, they're doing?
Currently, right now, they are.
Exactly the same?
Yep,
'cause there's-
currently, right now, they are.
So now, you said the county is planning on putting, at the entrance, or
The-
at the building up front?
Yeah, the main building when you
And
drive in.
when will that come about, you said?
Once we get into the new fiscal year, the funding is there.
Okay. Now, when would this be completed if?
Well, I'm not sure that I want to promise. We put it on our work schedule to get done before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
We're also planning on doing some subgrade work for drainage on those beds because they're holding water. That has no bearing on this project, but
Right.
And what did you said they had a different information from Duke Energy, I missed that. They're just wanting to put floodlights on top of that power pole that's
Yeah.
there now and shine them down towards the flag.
The
right?
Duke Energy engineers that we spoke with were not in favor of that and did not, basically steered us away from that option and told us they did not feel comfortable with that. But after just trading emails with Mr. Paris, I feel like the Duke folks he dealt with were a little bit more willing to do that. That was never come out and said, but those are the options I'm presenting.
And so what do they want to do? They want to do what we're recommending, or they want to do what they say Duke Energy's recommending?
They want me to make a recommendation.
The
Okay.
town wants you to make a recommendation, or Duke?
Doug Paris wants me to make a recommendation.
Okay. So he didn't have an opinion one way or the other? Yes, sir.
Well, lights mounted at the base of the flag poles shining up are going to be much more attractive than just a generalized floodlight lighting the whole area, I would think.
I would agree wholeheartedly.
And you most likely are not going to get the complaints that you would from the neighbor.
Yeah. And we definitely want to be good neighbors. And so the issue is whether they pay the $111 inspection fee.
Yes, but there are other options that we can assume a portion of the costs in addition to the permit fee. I mean, there are other options to do.
Would we do this on our own? Or is that the request of the town of Midland
To light everything, or would we do?
to light?
Well, the
to
monument,
light their monument?
the monument was designed and built by the town. Are you asking me, it needs to be lit, or we will be going out there every day and taking up and down the flags for the park ranger?
That's what the contract says?
They came back and added flagpoles. That's an amendment to the original contract, and they lit them with
Yeah,
solar lighting.
I'm still not sure what you're
The
asking.
current agreement, and we're not actually following it, but the current agreement says if the solar lights fail, our staff would go retrieve the flags and store them until the lights have been replaced.
Right.
As a favor, our staff have been going over there, taking the flags down each day, but that is not required by the contract.
Correct. Also, when we had these discussions about bringing this in front of the board, we did agree to put them up each and every day versus just one light went out and I've ordered another one. So we knew it was going to be a longer duration.
So there is not a proposal here to put on our consent agenda. Am I right?
Correct. There's too many variables
Yeah.
on who would pay for what. Is it the ongoing service you're paying for? Is it the ongoing maintenance of the lights? So I would have to craft it based on what type of consensus I hear from here.
Yeah, so you're looking for consensus to
Yes,
craft a
Yes, I am.
motion for a later agreement.
Can you go over option A and option B again real quick?
Well, there's more like
Well,
option
yeah.
A through E, but,
Yeah,
okay, so.
you know what I meant.
I'll try to make it very simple. You've got $3,600 in materials, $1,152 in labor.
Okay.
And you can, we can waive one of those, we can waive all of them, or we can make the town pay all of those.
Are you recommending that we waive
I'm
it?
just giving them the options right now.
So we're looking
So
at
is that
total
gonna be
of
a
40.
separate, metered separately?
Yes,
I
so
mean,
that-
because of the location, it would
That's correct.
have to be.
So
yeah.
then that's the next step. That's the upfront cost. Then the next step.
$4,700. Roughly,
Yes,
yeah.
ballpark when it all comes in, yes. The next step is, does the county want to pay for that service charge? Meaning the utilities you use and the fact that you have a meter there from now till the end of time? And do you also want to assume the responsibility for the replacement of the lights? Which the county would have installed no matter who's paying for them.
The county would replace the lights.
If-
You're saying whoever, it don't matter who initially pays for it, but the county would continue to replace the lights, so.
The county would be installing the lights, so the board would need to give me a decision or a direction on if you want me to maintain them and bill back the town, or just tell the town they're responsible for them. I don't think they have an electrician.
Right.
And they would have to subcontract that out, so probably just in my limited understanding of their operation, I would say that if this board wanted them to be financially responsible for lights moving forward, then the county would have to bill them back for the materials and the labor to install a replacement, or if it got broken or something like that.
Now, who currently takes care of the lights in the park now? Is there, there's gotta be other lights in the park, right?
When you say other lights, you just mean like a light on a building?
Yeah, on a building or on a pole, you know, there's gotta be some kind of lights out there.
There's lights in the park, so if
Right.
anything happens to a light in the park, the county would, it's a county-owned facility.
Right,
So
okay.
yes, the
So
county
we're
would
already-
replace a light. So on the exterior of the building, there's a light. If that light burns out, we get a work order that says, go replace that light. That's what we do, that's correct.
And these particular lights were installed at initially, the board approved the Veterans Memorial. Then we did a separate agreement to add the flagpoles that included the provision that they would be lighted.
Correct.
And they chose to go the solar option for lighting the poles.
Correct.
And so now that didn't work, and so they're saying, now we gotta do something different.
Correct.
So if we go according to the contract, it would seem that they would pay for the lights to be installed and the operation and maintenance of them. It's the way I read the contract, and we got copies of both contracts in our,
It seems like we would maintain the lights if, we've already got lights in the park.
Or you mean to change the light bulbs?
Yeah,
Or,
whatever.
or repairing?
Yeah, you know, whatever comes along with maintaining lights. You know, since we're already maintaining lights in the park, you know, I'm sure it wouldn't be no big deal to just continue, just to maintain those.
at 8 o'clock at night, since our meeting has started at 4 o'clock, I would be willing to pay for it out of my pocket just to move on.
Well, my comments on this are that Midland paid for what's been done. They accepted responsibility for what's been done. It's not at this board's fault that what they did failed. And so, the way that I see it, if they want it fixed, then they need to fix it. And they need to pay for it. I don't have no problem with them waiving the $112 since they've already done something similar to that for us. I have no problem with that. But obviously it has to be fixed. And I don't think they should push that off on the county because what they did failed. So, in my opinion, they need to make it right at their expense.
And at
Honor
this,
honor the original contract, just like it is, but they do the fixing and they do the paying.
and at this point, all that Doug Paris has asked for is to waive that permit fee. But this does bring up the question of what are we doing after with that electric service and the repair of those lights? So if you assume that electric service, that is operating costs that are hitting us every single month.
Well, what I'm saying though, whatever the original contract was, we didn't accept that in the original contract, I don't believe. They did. They're supposed to maintain it and keep it up.
But there were no operating costs because it didn't have electrical service.
Well, so-
Now it will.
Yeah. Well, do we have any idea what those costs would be, Kyle? Are they minimal or
Yeah, I
hundreds
mean,
or thousands?
No. I mean, we have a service on the other side of the park that just runs a drive for us for irrigation, and that was running $84 a month, and that's, you're paying your service fee and your
Yeah.
usage. I mean,
Well-
it's not overall costly, but it is still a cost to the county for illuminating that. So that needs to be an understanding, because that will have to be revised in the agreement if this is the decision that we make moving forward.
Are you having to set a whole new meter for just that?
We'll have to pull a new meter, that's correct. Yep. We'll actually build the pedestal or the panel ourselves.
What happens eventually if the park's ever turned over to the town in future? Then who will be responsible at that point? It would be the town, right? Or, I guess.
For the service or the maintenance? I'm not
Yes,
sure.
either.
If we were to turn anything over to any municipality, I assume unless the board wrote an agreement a different way, that the town would assume all the costs for that.
Yeah. Like the Farm Mill Park that we turned over to Harrisburg. Yeah, I would assume, which I guess they were already operating, is that correct? Yeah.
It hasn't been turned over yet, but it's in the process.
Yeah, well, that and the, what's the one out there behind Central Cabarrus?
WW Flow.
WW Flow, that was another one that was transferred, and they maintain all that.
All right, well, I would say that if the only thing that the town managers asked for was the waive of the permit fee, I would say we should waive that, because you said that they waived permits for us.
Mhm.
I think that would be fair, and I think that I don't have no problem with the county maintaining the light fixture. You know, I mean, we're already maintaining the lights out there now, so what's one
So
more?
what about the monthly bill?
I know I have to do light in my yard, an extra light, it's $9 a month.
Well, it won't
I
be
mean,
that,
yeah,
it'll be
I
a
mean, just to
meter
pop that
and
bulb
all
and
that
stuff to that.
jazz.
I'm fine with the county assuming that fee well
So
as
they
well.
would pay for the install.
Yes, I
and
would
all
be
of that.
fine with that.
The original contract that was signed on May 10th that we all have in here, term one specifically states the town will be responsible for all costs of the 2 flagpoles, including installation, future replacement, repair, foundation, flags, lights, and all associated hardware of the flagpole. I'm fine. I mean, in the contract that was signed by, it's got Mayor Trump and Mike Downs, and that's one of the terms of the contract. So, it was signed by both parties, so it's, on that contract.
Their first agreement was solar lighting.
That included. Yeah.
Let's do the waiver of the 112, and then are they working on something to come back to you on how they want to proceed with the fix of this?
No, they didn't even, we didn't go into that depth. It was first the board to to give me the guidance on moving forward with the project, and then I'll discuss that with him. My recommendation is that it's the board's decision. I provided you with a bunch of options, and I think that the board should take action on those options.
Are you looking for action
think that-
tonight or just?
They're not asking for anything except for waiving the fees.
Correct, but
So and so we would just continue with the current contract, but waive the fees.
I gave my opinion, you know, we'll go through it. you know.
See if they come back on the other.
So what was your opinion, Barbara? I've got Lynn's, I got Kenny's, I got Chris's.
Waive the 112 or whatever it is.
Waive the 112 and that only. Otherwise, follow the contract, which states they will be responsible for all costs of the 2 flagpoles, including installation, future replacement, repair, foundation, flags, lights, and all associated hardware. So the way I would interpret that is they pay for the installation, they pay for the monthly bill, and according to the contract, they would pay for any repairs or upgrades or whatever.
Yep.
As I'm seeing positive. Yeah. Does that give you what you need, Kyle?
Yes, you can still, if you want to make that motion and take that to the board, or are you all giving me that guidance right now to go back?
Bring that back to us in form of a motion written out. And then
Okay.
that'll give them time to
Okay,
peruse it.
I will.
Does that work?
We'll find out.
Okay. All right, item 4.13, surplus and sale of county property. Michael Miller.
Good evening. The backup generator at the 1975 courthouse will no longer be needed when the 2023 courthouse comes online. That generator is not big enough to supply the new load. So a new generator has been installed in the new building for emergency backup purposes. The existing generator is a 2014 model, and we feel like it does have some life left in it. So the county staff have identified a use for the generator in replacement of the existing backup generator at the Concord Senior Center. And just for backup information, the Concord Senior Center is one of the few county buildings that is fully backed up and capable of being used as a shelter. So historically, that generator at the Senior Center has been unreliable and required excessive maintenance. And it's a 2005 model. It's a natural gas fueled unit, whereas all 2 or 3 other units of the counties are diesel powered units. The 2014 unit across the street is a diesel powered unit also. So the IAM department is proposing to remove the existing generator from the Concord Senior Center and move and install the 2014 model from the courthouse over there.
Yeah, senior center is our special needs shelter as well, so.
Yeah, like I said, it's fully backed up, with showering facilities and
Yes.
washers and dryers and things like that.
Questions? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that the requested action.
You paused. We're moving.
Sorry. I was ready to get out. I was just going to say that the requested action is for a motion to declare the existing 2005 backup generator at the Concord Senior Center, which is asset number 2152, as surplus property and authorize the sale of the unit in accordance with county policy. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
I have 4 questions.
4?
I'm just, how long do these, so that's the 2014 model, how long do they usually last? Just out of curiosity.
We've got some, the 2 in this building is, I guess one of them's the original from 1989, I think. 90. We're fixing to replace it, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah, and the other one here, I think was installed around Y2K to fully back up this building. So these are 2 of the
So
older ones we
They do
have.
last a long time.
What's that?
Seems like they last a long time.
They do, yeah, with good PM.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, item 4.14, more transfer of surplus property.
Yep, this item's similar in nature to the previous item. Asset number 2651 is a 2013 Carrier 120-ton screw-type chiller. It's approximately 9 years old. And if that doesn't mean anything to you, it's a main component of the air conditioning system across the street here. The renovation of the 1975 courthouse will include a tie-in of all HVAC systems to the new stuff, which will make it function as one building, mechanically speaking. Due to the age and condition of that chiller, we felt like it's worth saving, but we don't have a current need or use for it. So we reached out to the county school system, and they do have a need for it. So motion on this one is to declare asset number 2651 surplus property and authorize the transfer of the asset to Cabarrus County Schools in accordance with county policy. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have on that one also.
Okay, everybody good? All righty, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Community Development Budget Amendment, 4.15, Kelly Sifford.
Thanks. So the budget amendment in front of you is just the revenues that we create out of those programs that are required to go back in it, the one that I bring you every month or so, same thing.
Questions for Kelly? Okay, 4.16.
Okay, I'm going to try to bring this home quick. So after we talked about the home ARP contract last month for Grace Place, and you indicated that that was not your preferred site, you asked me to go back and take a look for other projects. So the project that I have before you is the rebuild of the public housing at the City of Concord, the Wilkinson Public Housing Units. And we do have some slides here that we'll be able to show you. What this project already has home ARP money in it from the City of Concord, as well as a number of other funding sources. And I think that's page 335 or 334 where that starts. So the existing public housing units were constructed in 1956. There are, I think, 46 units. Yes, 46 units that are on the site in Logan. And on that site, there is also a maintenance building. The area is really inefficiently used. And what they're proposing is to tear down that maintenance building. If you could proceed. Oh, I got flickered on. Sorry. So there, that site, that building up to the north there that's in the center of the lot is the maintenance building. So the proposal is to tear that building down, build the first building, start moving the first groups, and kind of continue down that path. The net result is going to be approximately 115 units, but not all public housing. Some of it will be market rate and some of it will be eligible for Section 8 housing. So it's a net gain of around 69 units. They don't know exactly because it hasn't been fully designed yet, but that will be the net gain. So that kind of gives you the how it would be phased. And HUD will allow that switch conversion to Section 8 on vouchers based on the RAD conversion program. And that's just kind of showing you the lots and the phases. These are some possible type of designs that they would be using. They're energy efficient. They have accommodations for different size families. And it would also, interestingly, become a revenue source for the housing department at Concord, which they currently don't really have. So this is the time.
Could you explain that, how it's going to be a revenue?
So it would be paying rent,
Where-
like market rate rents.
The ones that are, okay.
Yeah, right now, the rent on public housing, is nominal to say the least. So some of these would be market rate, so there would be different rents in that system.
So what percentage would be market rate? Percentage of the units?
I don't
guess?
know. I don't know that they fully fleshed that out yet, but it's gonna be a range.
Okay. But it will create revenue for them.
Yes, yes.
How much money are we talking about?
For us, the 578,000
Yeah.
that we had from the home art. So they are in the final phases. I think they've selected the consultant to do the design. I think they're in the contract phase now, trying to get them pinned down. Then they would be doing the design and community input, and then doing the final funding. This would create more density and, again, create mixed-use incomes. It would improve the aging infrastructure because those buildings have seen their useful life pretty much at this point. And being able to construct and move people into new units on site would be much simpler than trying to renovate units at almost the same cost, honestly, to renovate versus construct new. And it would improve the aesthetics of the Logan community, which is a big motivator for the city of Concord as well. Some of the beauty of this project is because there is home money already in the project, home art money, all of the proper procedures are being followed already, so we don't have to worry about some of those things that we were going to have to do on our own. We would be working with Concord on that. The other thing is, the current public housing units are not ADA compliant. These would be ADA compliant as well as energy efficient, saving the people there that live in them funds for their energy cost. And there are some erosion and foundation issues on many of those homes now that are going to have to be addressed one way or another.
So we don't have to have another public hearing, or do we?
No.
No, we
No,
don't.
the way that the home art program was set up, they did all of that at once, and they included literally everything that anybody would do. There's no need to actually do a separate
Right.
public hearing the way that they did it. So this is sufficient for you all to be able to direct me on if this is a project that you feel like you would be interested in, and we can go from there.
I think it's a much better option than the land that we looked at last time, and thank you for finding another option for us to look at, I think. I agree.
Kelly, are those buildings, are they being inhabited now?
Yes, sir.
What are they gonna do when, about as far as them being displaced during the construction period?
So they'll build the first set of units, so let me go back. So that building up to the north there, the one that's sitting in the very center of the lot there, that one will be torn down. They will build buildings, start moving people. They'll build more buildings, move people. So as they move, it will be a phased construction project. They will move people, build more, tear down, move people. So nobody will be displaced. They will just be moved to a new facility on the same site.
Can you explain the difference between public housing and Section 8 housing?
So public housing is owned by the Housing Authority.
Okay.
Section 8 can be owned by anybody. Any landlord can participate in the Section 8 program. What they do then is the client has a voucher that goes with them, and that voucher pays for X amount of that rent.
Right.
And then if it doesn't cover all the rent, then the client has to cover the remaining amount to that landlord.
Okay, right. So now who qualifies for public housing?
It's lower income. It's the lowest incomes are, and there's a huge wait list for public housing.
Is there any cost associated to the tenant at all, or is that? Or is it
Yes, there's minimal cost, nominal cost.
like a percentage of their income, or is it
I
just,
believe
will you pay
so.
$100 and that's
Yeah,
it? Or?
I believe so. I haven't actually ever administered public housing, so I don't know the details, but I do know that there are some costs associated with it. But again, the residents living in public housing, their income is so low that there is not much that they can pay and stay within the whole HUD 30%.
Now, how many other public housing projects are there in the county? How many?
The city of Concord owns 176 units, and that is all, right? Kannapolis doesn't have any.
Doesn't have any, okay.
No, and
Got some privately owned Section 8
Right,
houses.
so that was gonna be my next question, is how many recipients are there of Section 8 housing, do you know? Just a rough number off the top of your head.
I'd have to look it up. There, I want to say it's 3,000 to 4,000.
Like households, I guess we could say, or?
Yeah, households, I believe. I would have to look that up. I haven't looked at the number in a while, but, and I can get that to you.
Just out of curiosity.
But yeah, I mean, the housing, Concord Housing administers the Section 8 program as well. That's part of their responsibilities as well. But I can get with them and get our most recent number and send it out to you all.
Just curious about that. Okay.
Okay, everybody good with that one? Any additional questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move to the approval of the regular meeting agenda, which you all have before you. And I do not think we have done anything that changes anything on that tonight. So.
I do have a question. The Rowan presentation, the Rowan healthcare, Cabarrus Rowan Cabarrus healthcare thing. It's under consent. Are we just going with their request, or we didn't discuss an amount?
Good question.
I know their request was 500,000, but that doesn't mean we have to fund it. 500,000.
I'm glad you brought that up, Chris. I was hoping that, Rodney, you would put together a list for us of people that have made requests and we can take this off the consent agenda, and you can get us the list of requests, and then maybe during the discussion time at the general meeting, we can determine that.
Was the
Do you
only
mean
request we?
competing requests for those
Yeah,
funds?
there's
Or
there's
Or
quite
are
a
there
few.
any other requests out there for the?
think we'll
I
have
think,
to.
you mentioned the fire departments, but then again, though, that could, set a precedence. But are they other entities that have made requests for ARPA funds? I mean, this $500,000 is 3/4 of what we got.
So the most recent requests are the three we talked about: CCM, the additional $1 million, the Allen Volunteer Fire Department, and then the request you heard tonight. We do have requests that go back to the very beginning of when we did the request for proposals that we've got a list that we did not make awards to. Most of those were in childcare, substance use categories. So do you want to go that far back, or do you want just the recent requests?
I would say just the most recent ones, because those have already been vetted.
Yeah.
Everything is pretty much up to snuff on them. But, obviously, they're all good projects, but the bucket's just so deep. And so I'm not too much in favor. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I'm not too much in favor of giving $500,000 to one entity when we only got 7 to start with.
How much was Allen's fire department's request?
700,000
And CCM
is $1 million.
What was the other $1 million one?
CCM is the $1 million
I would not-
additional ask.
I would not be in favor of committing those funds at this time for CCM.
Their projects seem to be a little bit, I don't know. I mean, I like the one over on Cabarrus, but I don't think they're fully thought through, and I don't think, I have some issues with those projects. Not just the Kannapolis one, I'm concerned about how they're rolling out, and I think that, he's talking about 13.5 on one project.
Do you have your microphone on?
Oh, no. Sorry. I thought I did. I have some problems with the CCM ones. I think, when he's looking at the 13.5 million total for that project on Cabarrus Avenue, I'm not sure if that is even feasible. I don't know if he's going to be able to recognize his goal at the 13 million.
What do you mean? Do you think it's going to cost more than that? Or
No,
do you
we're-
think he's not going to be able to raise the money, or?
Both. A combination of both, but we're talking about the $1 million, and I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to put that million towards that because we don't, there's so many uncertainties. I guess that's my thing with that.
Well, and going back to the point earlier that, you know, I would like to have some guidance on, you know, what happens if the requirements are not met, and then are we gonna have to pay the money back? You know, if, you know, it's one thing saying, you know, purchasing the land, but then if the whole project's not complete and it's not, doesn't meet the qualifications, and I would hate to put ourselves in a position where we're gonna end up having to pay the federal government back, you know.
Yeah, and this is a novel scenario that I don't think was envisioned in the ARPA rules that we abide by. So we know explicitly that we can acquire land for the purpose of affordable housing, for the purpose of transitional housing. But the question is, if we don't deliver that affordable housing or transitional housing, so if you buy the land but you don't follow through, what happens then? And I don't think we've legally fleshed that out. I think that's the part we need to study. So when Ed referenced earlier David Goldberg's guidance, I think that was limited to the first question, can we buy land? And the answer to that is yes. But it's if they don't follow through, if they aren't able to raise the money that they need to construct on it, what happens then?
Well, and that's why I would say I'm not willing to commit any more funds to that until we have some better guidance on that, or, you know. I know I know that the board has already allocated $2 million, but I don't know about going, you know, further on that until we hear some.
And we gave
guidance on
$5
that.
million to the city of Concord to buy land, so the same question would apply there.
Yeah, well, it's a big question.
I just wanted, on the Cabarrus Rowan, that one, when I met with the hospital, they do always talk about if we can meet them first before issues start down the road. I hate to say, stop it before it becomes a burden to the entire system. So personally, to me, I think that's not a bad investment if we can reach those communities that can't afford that care, and especially since they've got a mobile unit, they can actually go meet them. Then it also doesn't put a tax on the rest of the system down the line as well. So personal opinions, I like that one. I don't know total amounts. Shooting just off the bat, I would personally be good with at least 250, half of what he's asking for. Possibly the 500, but I would be good with at least the 250 for that. Just, if we can help those areas more, that's kind of where I stand.
Yeah, I didn't totally understand his answer to my question, is if we commit the funds to it, they go out and they hire, I think he said 8 additional staff members. Okay, when that money's gone, then how they're gonna pay those staff members and how to continue that on. That was my concern.
I was gonna say we weren't to go with 275. That was me. That's what I was thinking. We got 7.
Well, plus, keep in mind, they made a request to Rowan County as well, but he didn't have no figure to give to us on that.
Yeah. Well, he said that this money would be spent to serve Cabarrus County clients, and whatever they got from Rowan would, but I think.
Steve, to answer your question, I think I understand what he was saying as far as funding those positions going forward, because they'll be able to see, I think he said 2,000 to 3,000 additional, the Medicaid costs would cover those payroll.
Right.
Going forward.
Well, we can either make that one for the 250 or 275 or whatever y'all want to do and leave it on consent, or we can pull it off and discuss whichever would be your pleasure.
I think we ought to go ahead and come up with a number now.
And I'm good with the 250, 275. I was thinking that in the beginning, maybe even 300, but I just can't see 5, though, knowing we got other requests out there.
And that's what I was looking at, the 250, we can at least put some of it also somewhere else.
Right.
So instead of 8 people, you can at least get 4 and still see.
Mhm.
So 250 or 275?
Either's fine.
I'm good with 275.
We'll go 275.
Because was it
Yeah,
775?
Right, that's what I wrote down, so I'd make it.
Yeah.
Okay,
275.
275, sounds like we have consensus to include that in the motion and leave it on, leave it on consent agenda.
We'll amend the motion and attach the budget amendment and the capital project ordinance update. Not
Okay.
Capital budget ordinance.
Anything else? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting agenda as discussed. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes. We do have need of a very brief closed session. So at this time, I would enter, and this is, I don't have the statute number written down, but it's to discuss legal matters, pending litigation. So do I hear a motion that we go into closed session? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. We are now in closed session. Thank you.